Oh,
Hello.
right.
I don't really have a creative intro for this one.
James Gunn saved DC.
Oh yeah, that's what they're saying online, aren't they?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, he's so great with this a ragtag team of characters that can work together to save the day. Um, but yeah, what do you think?
Really fucking shit. Wow.
I yeah, I gotta say I'm kind of like I was like baffled at how bad the show was and how much gets a pass out of this, but we'll save that discussion down the line. But yeah, as a appetizer to the DCU, as Gunn would say, prior to then changing it up with how Timothy said, in the announcement slate, he introduced Creature Commandos, but then he says Superman is the true beginning of the DCU, which I don't know why they didn't stick to that. And yeah, I do agree. I understand the whole idea of like, well, you see, this show was made during the time when the DCEU was a thing. It was meant to be the sequel to the Suicide Squad, for example, but then it got canceled, and then we got to repurpose it into the DCU. See, now my problem with that logic is that Gunn is still the creator and the writer, but not just that, he is the CEO of the new DCU as well. So he has like all the power essentially. So I don't really want to hear so much about there's writing constrictions or they were like not able to figure out what should come in and what should not come in. That's not even the problem with this. Like, I mean, yeah, there's some DCEU like plot threads that are kind of weird to understand, but like that doesn't really solve that doesn't the characters were bad too, which is something he gets praised for a lot. So, but we'll get to that later.
I mean, the only one that got praised for this show is like a bride some reason.
Yeah, we'll save that. Uh, yeah, I don't like any single character. But we'll get to that. Hello, Rangi. We appreciate it, and yeah, we'll hope to hear some things out later. Also, shout out to Timothy. He's been a very good help for our thumbnails. I think ever since we started 2025, he's really helped improve our thumbnails. So, give big thanks to him. And yeah, Unity.
Yay, thank you. So, thank you for all the thumbnails and all the stuff. I mean, it looks so much better than the last few thumbnails, than last every thumbnail.
Yeah,
No offense, Red.
yeah, it was tough. I spent a lot of time on that design, but we never really got to use the design because of we never really got to figure out the whole layout of our um, our podcast episodes yet. And it was kind of hard to fix that since we've been doing over 50, almost 60 episodes now. But I mean, it's good to have something now for the new year. For the new year.
Yep. Hey, we gotta watch this. We gotta talk about this thing. I don't know. I was even watching another like R-rated Marvel show animated called like not even connected to any franchise, just called Hit Monkey Season 2.
Right.
Oh my god. I
The
mean that.
the Hulu stuff.
Yeah, I mean I mean, I'm gonna be honest, they probably gonna cancel after this season.
Most
Uh,
likely.
no one talks about it anymore, and they drop it all in one go instead of like the weekly.
Hmm.
Not yeah. Hey,
All right.
8 a.m.
Yeah. Right.
Jesus. Yeah.
All right. Have a good class, man.
Yeah. Good luck with your class.
All right. And so yeah. Yeah, this show is R rated or MA rated, but it felt like MA for babies, if I'm gonna be honest. Like I just thought a lot of the
Yeah, I
jokes
mean
or
it's
I mean, yes, it does have blood and like violence and crude stuff and stuff like that, but like I it didn't really enhance anything.
no, it just sags stuff. I mean, even Hitmonkey enhanced it. I mean, season 2 and that show is and that season is fucking shit. It's like the phase 4 villain. I was like, oh, I'm mad that you forced me to kill people, so I gotta destroy all the people in the world. Fucking hell, guys.
Yeah.
That's the villain of season 2. Uh, yeah, so that's Hitmonkey. Because Hitmonkey season 2 is the better show, and even though they are like the similar when it comes to anime R-rated as a cartoon, it features a a living ghost, an animal who can't speak, but forcing to like fight superpower people,
Right.
just like Creature Commandos. And
Yeah.
that show also has time travel. For fuck's sake, that show is better.
That's kind of wild. Honestly, with my thing with so we did talk about Creature Commandos originally with the first 3 episodes. That was just a little bit of a early discussion. We will kind of talk about the first 3 episodes just a little bit, but we will focus mainly on the rest of the show. But we will still kind of talk about other aspects of Creature Commandos. I first wanted to get into some things that James Gunn has said about the show, and then about his logic for the DCU, because I think it's kind of important for the DCU moving forward. So, first quote, he says, Creature Commandos is an appetizer for what's to come in the DCU. Superman is the true start of everything. It's a humongous epic. This is a way for people to just take a little nibble and see what it tastes like. There are a lot of fun references to other DC stuff and a bunch of hints for things to come. So I think it's just an extraordinarily fun way to start. And so one of the common defenses of the show, outside of like, well, this was supposed to be in the DCU and it got repurposed for the DCU. I don't know what that means in terms of like why the writing could be bad is okay. Like that doesn't make any sense to me. And then two, it's like, oh, it's an appetizer, not the main course. Like if you have a bad appetizer, it's not a good thing for the meal. Like, oh, if this is bad and you're saying this is what is meant to be what is to come in the future, it's like, I hope not.
I mean, he sounds like J.J. Abrams, so he just did not explicitly say that their show is mystery box. It has a lot of references for fun things. And you just have to clap at the references. This is mystery box. What's the answer? No. There's a lot of potentials. I'm gonna be honest. Even the fucking Twitter, I keep checking like online. They're like, oh, what is so cool about this? Oh, something there's a lot of potential for a lot of future things. I was like, fuck. You sound like J.J. Abrams.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, the biggest praise I've seen with the show is either the flashbacks or the Easter eggs. That's about it. I mean, at most for character, you get stuff about Bride, but I think it's completely overrated. So is Nina, but
no. I mean, the only thing I heard is fucking the Bride, and even that I was like, okay, what do you like about the Bride? She's cool. Okay, why is she cool? Like, she's cool. So fucking hell. Can you tell me something about her?
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, there's always such things as bad appetizers. I mean, like there's that Mr. Krabs, run for your lives. It's the appetizer. That's like a giant kaiju monster. So yeah. And there was this other quote, especially we've referenced this quite a bit. One of the weird things to me is that none of this is real. It may be alarming to people, but none of it is real. This is regarding what is canon and what is not. It's all just stories. We're telling about characters, and hopefully there's authenticity to the characters and those stories because we care about those stories. What's canon is whatever you want it to be canon. if you want to pretend if Greedo and Batman go on adventures together, you can pretend that Greedo and Batman go on adventures together. That can be your canon.
Then what's
Unity,
the point of me watching you make a story?
Unity, you have your own fan fiction for your own DC universe. That's your canon.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's your canon.
I'm not gonna.
You don't have to reveal what it is, but like,
yeah,
that's your canon. So
I mean, yeah, that's my canon. James Gunn's canon sounds like I'm just gonna shit all over Zack Snyder's it's like what's it called? David S. Sandberg. What the fuck? Who also directed the DCU? Patty Jenkins. He did.
Well,
he did
Gore's
not
the
direct.
writer, but yeah.
Patty Jenkins is who directed the Flash? Andy Machete. Who directed? Kathy Yan, who directed Birds of Prey. I was like, yeah. By the way, I'm gonna ignore them, but I'm gonna take like aspects of Creature Commandos and.
Yeah, honestly, like this show really bugged. The show bugged me in a way that like there is a lot of things that the show does that if Zack Snyder did it, people will get fucking mad. But the fact that it's James Gunn who wrote it or did it this way, that it's okay.
No, to be honest,
especially that one dream sequence.
I mean, this does not even remind me of Zack Snyder. It reminds me of J.J. Abrams. So that's another thing.
It's a combination, but yeah.
To be honest, it's more like J.J. Abrams and Rian Johnson.
Yeah, and you see, like, one of the things that this quote in particular about canon could be whatever you want it to be, but like he uses that as a way to preface the next part, which some people do miss, so I do want to clarify that. He says that basically how canon will work in the DCU is that anything that is mentioned verbatim by Gunn or through the dialogue of the show or movie, that would be canon. Everything else will not be canon until it's like said canon by Gunn or the movie show. So, for example, Gunn says himself that Peacemaker entirely is canon except for the Justice League scene. That's the only thing that's not canon.
So I'm gonna be honest.
This is the logic, but yeah.
If the character in the show say one thing and then the character immediately say another thing that contradicts each other, which one is canon?
Whatever the DCU says.
Okay, but what if you said this is canon and this is not canon at the same time? I was like, what the fuck am I supposed to deal with that?
See, like the other problem too is like, so I did want to kind of establish that. Like, let's kind of talk about what were some DCEU references that you could think of that were made canon to the DCU. One of them was Adebayo does snitch on her mother, Waller, to the government, and now Waller's in trouble. So now she can't do like a Task Force X kind of team anymore. That's one. You have some other examples?
John Economic broke his leg.
Yeah. John Economos does have his injury. So they say that Weasel was a part of Project Starfish, but this is what I meant by that. They said like, oh, he was in the battle. Like they showed how resilient and strong he was from that fight. But we all know that Weasel was not actually in the fight. He was drowning.
Yeah.
So it's like, is that canon? So which one is canon? Like Weasel actually was there, or was Weasel technically there because he was technically on the Project Starfish team? Who's to say?
I have no idea. So maybe there's one. I mean, the new one is canon, I guess.
Another thing that's canon is Rick Flag Jr. did die. So, I mean, that's fair. It's Peacemaker's sequel, so they kind of have to agree with that. There was one cameo that came back at the end of the show. Who was that?
King Shark, but not played by Rocky.
Right. Yeah, and one of my notes for that is like King Shark, he was like free at the end of the Suicide Squad. Like he was able to get his freedom with Bloodsport, Ratcatcher 2, and Harley Quinn. But he's back in Bel Rev, so it's like, why? And I guess it's like, it's either like, oh, maybe he didn't actually go on that mission, or maybe he did. I don't really know what to say with that. Or they feel like King Shark is too stupid, so it's like, he thinks home is Bel Rev, so I guess he'll just go home to Bel Rev and all that stuff. So yeah, talk about another comic book character that's disrespected as well. King Shark is like highly intelligent, but that's a different conversation.
Oh, God.
I guess the other two references that you talked about was like Bel Rev is still the prison, but now they say there's a normal division and there's like a monster division. So it's like, how do you differentiate the two?
I don't know. I don't know, man. Because King Shark is certainly not human when he's recorded in the first movie. In the
Yeah, it's
second
like,
movie,
and then it's like Weasel was also in the human department, like in his cell. So in the movie as well.
I mean, there's a, I don't know, there's like some aliens in the first film as well. I mean, I don't know. I remember there's like some creatures in the first film in the Suicide Squad.
Yeah, and I think you said like they also mentioned one of the cities getting mind controlled by moths or something like that.
Mm.
But yeah, these are some references from the DCU. They
You
haven't said
know,
anything like
not
crazy.
not killed, just mind, just like invasion of the body snatcher shit.
Yeah,
So it's like there's a
I didn't get
lot of
to I didn't get to finish that show. I got really sick of the humor.
no. I don't even know what to say about it because the world building is so fake. I say that there's an invasion in the city, which is not wrong, but at the same time, I just don't know how to quantify it because it's not that big. But at the same time, you just don't know how big it is because it's a fucking invasion of a body snatcher of moths. And the show never just tells you that, okay, this is how big, how many people got mind controlled by moths.
So, with that, just a little bit of a non-spoiler. In terms of the show's premise, it's about a ragtag team of misfits that need to save the princess of Pakolistan from Cersei so that they can keep good relations and have access to their oil. But Cersei will reveal a dark secret about the princess that can compromise the world, and this team would need to go back in order to save the world. In order to do that, some simpery happens, but we'll get to that. And we also get to learn about each member's backstories through the show, which we will get back to down the line. So,
Yay.
sound about right?
Fuck you. Yeah, sure, why not?
But yeah.
Yeah, so what do you want to talk about first?
I guess there was some.
Chronologically.
So there were some common defenses that I was hearing from the show. If you have any, you can also mention as well. I like, as we talked about the sequel to the Suicide Squad, and it's not fair to be critical on the bad writing or anything like that. And then sometimes Gunn would also say that too, like, oh, it's like this is meant to be an appetizer, so it didn't really make sense. And then like there's also like this whole, oh, this isn't a show about insert a character that you think is badly written. It's not that person's show. It's a Creature Commandos show. I love that criticism a lot. Villains are supposed to lose. Why get mad at them for losing? This particularly is popular for, well, two of the characters. So what do you think about that?
It's wait, Princess Ilana is evil?
Oh, right. Non-spoilers.
No, I'm
Well, yes.
serious. She's fucking. I don't even know if she's evil in the show. All you give me is like a future fiction that she's evil in the future.
It's so fucking bizarre with this character. I really cannot believe that. Like, this is like one out of the three things that I cannot believe that Gunn got away with this, and people are praising it. The Weasel tie with the princess is laughable. I will love to get to that soon. And then I mean, the whole thing with Nina is also kind of cringe too, but like those are typically my top 3, especially for that. And then it's like, oh, but you get to see this world being fully realized instead of just hearing the regular references like Gotham, Metropolis, Themyscira. They said Star City. They said Bloodhaven. They had the Metal Men. They even had Animal, Mineral, Vegetable Man. And Gunn said this was going to be the point, to see these references pointed out. You don't want to see that? You don't want to see a bigger universe than imagined?
I mean, I can imagine it in DCEU as well, but thank you.
Yeah. Exactly. And I guess last thing before we start talking about the plot, how'd you feel about the animation?
Cheap.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, it looks cheap.
There's some like stuff that's like really good. I think episode 1 looked the best, I would say. But then like it kind of, I guess I got used to it, that like it didn't feel as impressive anymore.
No, I mean, I don't really know what to praise about this animation, I'm gonna be honest.
I mean, I guess I feel like it gets a bar because like, oh, it's better than What If. Okay.
I mean, your mom is better than What If, so okay.
Okay. I mean, I'd say like the animation is like all right for the most part. I my biggest issue, like I've said before, is like I think some of the designs of the characters are kind of bad in terms of like they don't really look accurate, especially since like Gunn has said a lot that like they're going to translate from animation to live action and all that stuff. And the only characters that look accurate to themselves is like Economos and Waller, but that's because they existed prior to Creature Commandos. So it makes sense. But it feels like with like Rick Flag Sr. and Cersei is like they just don't look anything like Frank Grillo and Anya Chalotra. For Flag, it's just like you've seen like the behind the scenes for Superman and Peacemaker season 2. Like he straight up looks like the Crossbones from Winter Soldier. Like he has no attempt at trying to look like Rick Flag in this show. Like
maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
He probably gonna be like, oh, sorry, I got a hair dye after that. A beard dye as well.
Yeah, I've heard people say it's like, oh, but you know, Frank wanted to dye his hair, but like he said, like, oh, you can't do that because I have to film another show. Wear a wig. That's the point of that.
Yeah,
wear a
fake
wig
beard.
and facial hair. And then it's like, and then like Gunn was saying, oh, so the way we're gonna write around that is like, oh, Rick likes to dye his beard and hair from time to time. I'm just saying, like, Gunn, you have white hair yourself. I'd like to see you try and dye your beard and think that's a good idea. Because that sounds very unpleasant. I know people do dye their beards, but like at a point you just get sick of it. It's like, nah, just fuck it. I'd rather stay white than
Pretty
dye
much.
my
I mean,
facial hair. But yeah.
I mean, I heard people dye their hair, but not their fucking mustache. You might just like myself just like, yo, I want to shave now.
Yeah, and it's also like think about Winter Soldier's like Frank Grillo, and it's like that's like what he looks like. And the thing is, like, he doesn't even wear like a yellow shirt. So like, how could you even look at the animated character and look at the live action character and think they're the same character at all, or anything like that? That's just the thing that doesn't make sense to me. Anya Chalotra, I mean, it's very simple. She's Indian, and Cersei is white, so that's already a big difference.
Maybe he won't play her in live action. That's all I hope for.
Yeah, though Gunn said she should be, so I guess you didn't think about that, did you, buddy? Well, that's pretty much it in terms of that. And let's now start talking about the plot and episode structure.
So, do you have a section for world building?
I did want to put that here, but I wanted to first kind of explain the structure. Like, so basically, the structure of the show is most of the screen time is dedicated to the backstories of each monster, and they are pretty much chalked up to being misunderstood or having something traumatic that happened to them. Some of them are trying to say that, well, humans are the real monsters here, and that kind of stuff. The characters, they never express these backstories among each other or have them form a bond as a team. Even Suicide Squad 1 did that, if we're being generous, to be fair. They only serve as a point for the audience to see them, but not for the characters. But yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. I just here's a thing. I was like, what do I care? What does that have to
Yeah,
do with anything? It's like, no, nothing.
and yeah, I've always thought that I think it's a big problem that the biggest praise of the show was the flashbacks and the Easter eggs that came from them.
I
Almost
mean,
none of the
people
praise had to do with the present.
no,
And
all people talk about is fucking Batman.
yeah, I mean, you saw all those dead superhero bodies. You know
Yeah.
who else did that too?
Who else?
Zack Snyder when he killed Kilowog. Oh, but that was
Oh,
garbage, man. That was terrible. How could he do that? How could he kill Kilowog,
Kilowog? Fuck.
the Green Lantern,
Oh, what? That's a kid. Oh,
in the nightmare sequence?
I don't remember. I don't remember that.
Yeah, no, that's all right. But yeah, no, but we saw dead. We saw dead Robin. We saw
I mean
dead Wonder Woman.
that Wonder Woman.
We saw Peacemaker. We saw Starfire. Man, look at all these characters that will exist someday, but like we got to see them dead. That's such a great way to introduce the DCU to us, to let us know that there's all these characters.
Do you know how could that happen? Because at least in like what's it called, Zack Snyder's Justice League, the Snyder cut, I was like, okay, I can't believe it because it's Darkseid. He has like infinite resources, and then now you tell me that this princess can do it. It's like, okay, how can she do it?
Yeah, but you see, they had Gorilla Grodd, so that's been like the shoehorn. Yeah, Gorilla Grodd can do all that stuff.
Who's
Yes,
Gorilla Grodd? Who's Gorilla Grodd?
he's a Flash villain, but
Okay,
that
I'm just pretending.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is him in the context of this show?
In the context of the show, nothing. Just the thing to point at and clap at.
Yeah, pretty much. I have no idea. I know who that is. I've seen the Flash.
And honestly, it bugs because like Gorilla Grodd is it's a perfect idea to like utilize this aspect for. I mean, because Gorilla Grodd has done world domination kind of story, not like on the level of Darkseid, but like he has tried to do that. So it's like I think that could have been an interesting thing to try with this if that was going to be like they're bad for a while or anything like that. But I'm going to talk more about that when we get to the Alana section for her character that she doesn't have at all.
I mean, none of them have characters, but sure.
None of them. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I had a suggestion of like how I would have fixed the show, but like I'd say that for the end. So we can talk about world building now.
So what do you know about the world?
I saw a lot of things that I remember from the comics.
Okay, what do you know about it in detail?
What do you mean? I saw Rupert Thorne. I know who that is.
What do you mean? I don't know, because the show literally triggered World War III. What is that? What the fuck is the relationship between
No. Don't you get it? I saw Gotham City. That's enough.
Wait, what the fuck is Gotham City's crime? Like, what do you know about
Batman
Gotham City?
was in the show, man. Batman.
What the fuck is that, man? According to colors of DCU.
What do you mean? Everybody knows who Batman is.
Yeah, I was like, just like everybody know who the fuck that.
Dude, they had the Metal Men reference, the setup for Metal Men.
Who the fuck is Metal Man?
Oh my god. No, don't you know William Magnus? Like, come on, man. Come on.
Who?
This is funny. Star City. Oh my god. Green Arrow's gonna be here.
Yeah, I know. I heard the reference in Peacemaker. Thank you. Next one. Okay. What's the relationship and what do you know about the world building in Pakistan? Okay, that's the main focus of most of the episodes.
What do you mean? There's the sons of Themyscira. Remember Themyscira?
Okay, all the fucking show gave me, it's like, there's some random scientist is like, by the way, there's a random disaster in Themyscira, and Cersei tries to tell them it does not work, and then everyone dies, and then you realize, she's a prophet. By the way, no one ever stepped with Themyscira. I was like, well, how the fuck do you know any of those? If no one ever stepped full of that, if no one can clarify that.
I do want to say that for a little bit because I you know how much I hate Cersei in the show in particular, but like
that's world building.
You that is world building, to be fair, yeah.
There's a bit of world building, and that's fucking shit.
You're right though. I mean, I could put the filter off just a little bit, but like the fact that so it's very evident to me that like Cersei is the introduction to Themyscira for this universe, not Wonder Woman. And we learn about this Professor McPherson, a small character from the DC comics. She dies anyway, but basically, like it says, she said that she has been studying Themyscira and like things related to the Amazons for like a decade, like for 15 years, something like that. That's a long time, and people still don't know anything about Themyscira or anything like that. Oh, they only know like basic things like, oh, there's an island full of women, there's a waterfall, there's a lot of their fighters and stuff like that. That's like all people know for at least a decade or so. And it's like, okay, so Wonder Woman really has not put her foot on man's world at all for a whole decade. And Cersei is the introduction to Amazons for the people. It like I'm guessing that Cersei had to explain that this is what they do with Themyscira, which, by the way, again, Cersei is not Amazon in the comics like at all, but that's a different conversation.
They clarified it a bit, but still, it's a shit clarification.
I mean,
just the world building.
I mean, they're breaking it too in the sense that like you made Cersei an Amazon, a character who was not Amazon in the comics. Now I'm gonna wonder, why aren't the Amazons magic?
It's weird because they also retroactively say, "Oh, she's the special one." I was like,
I
yeah.
fucking hate when they do that.
So I was like, I guess I don't have any context for that. At the same time, I was like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? How do you even know any of those?
I also like the item. I found it funny that like Gunn was saying, "Oh, we didn't want to commit to a Batman design. That's why we kept him the silhouette." Fine, that makes sense. But then like Wonder Woman, like she has like the panties look, and it's like, oh, is that what she's gonna look like in live action? We don't know. I just found it funny. But yeah.
I have no idea. So it's gotta be weird because there's some world building aspects I have to mention.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it's like episode 1. It's like, hey, this Pakistan is a backwater country. What tech do we have? Jetpacks, laser weapons, guards.
See, and this is why I was saying like Gorilla Grodd could have been the character to actually to justify some of these things. It's like I would still have to wonder how did Alana get like interactions with Gorilla Grodd, but then we learn later that she gets interactions with another DC character, like a big DC character somehow. You just have to accept it. We'll get to him later. But
by the way, people missed that, but Pakistan invented resurrection technology in 1883. That's a fucking backwater country. You serious?
Yeah. Right. This is going back to that science fiction, combining science fiction.
Yeah, right. but like in the real world, you have to imagine what the fuck you just said. 1883 resurrection technology. I'm gonna be honest, they probably just gonna use this as an excuse to bring her back.
Oh my god. No, she was such a great character. Why would I want to see her die?
Oh no, because James Gunn probably forgot to give her backstory, give her motivation or reasons, or
clearly there was an episode cut or something. I mean, yeah, the CEO of the company cut his own episode out because that makes sense.
I mean, that's your fault, you dipshit. You did not manage your budget well.
And honestly, like, I guess I could just say it now. It's like, I really do think this show should have just been an anthology. I think we can kind of maybe agree on that. It's like, I really don't see the purpose of trying to make a plot and then spending so much time on the backstories that have nothing to do with the plot for practically all of them.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, there's a lot of world building problems that are linked to the backstory. Like they fucked up so much. Damn, you might as well just intertwine it.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, I mean, if you want to start going into the backstories, we could do that. We did talk about Bride and GI Robot, but let's bring it back just to make it more of a complete video.
Yeah, let's just break it. So we talk about the Bride. We break down the problem of having Frankenstein in real life.
again, that's still kind of a bit of a, because like DC Comics do that too. So I understand where it's coming from. It's just like, I think my problem is like first putting Pokolistan, putting this into Pokolistan, and then calling Pokolistan a backwater country. I think that's a bigger issue, at least to me.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, that's I was like, okay, you clearly fucked up.
Yeah. So as we said in the last video, so a lot of the elements of, especially the first scene, is like using Mary Shelley's telling of how the bride was like conceived when Eric wanted Victor to make the bride and all of that. The Victor is like saying his fears of like, oh, I'm not really sure if this is a great idea. That's around the same, like they're using same dialogue from the book, but like that's where it ends, because in the actual book he doesn't go through with the plan, because he thinks about how if the two have a baby, he would terrorize the world and all that stuff. So terrible idea. But obviously the show and the comics, they don't do that. Then again, in the comics, they don't do whatever the fuck they're doing moving forward. So we'll get to that later.
I'm sure comic has more justification than whatever fuck they gave me.
Yeah. So the flashback is, I my only praise for this flashback, looking back at all of the flashbacks now, is like, this is the only flashback that seems to properly work, in the sense of like the flashbacks are tied to like the bride being in the house and thinking about what happened in each room. She's there to look for the necklace and all that stuff. But like that's it's very, very minimal. But like the thing is, that's how the show operates. That like I kind of have to give it that this is probably the best flashback, even though I don't like it either.
I don't like that. I don't think I like anything about this show.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if you were to rank the flashbacks, I think The Brides is probably going to have to be at the top.
Probably, yeah.
I mean, Nina's is generic.
Nina, what the fuck? Nina doesn't even add anything.
Yeah, we'll get to that. I mean, none of them do. None of them do.
I mean, they have more problems. I'll give you that. Oh my God.
They had more problems. The voice acting, yeah, we didn't talk about that. The voice acting was pretty good. I will say, I don't like how Frankenstein is like characterized at all, but I think David Harbour did an excellent job. Like, honestly, he could have been the loud, brash, and like screaming kind of character, but like, I mean, he did have that in times, but like, he also, I liked how he was able to be quiet and say his like dark shit, like in a quiet voice. I thought he did an excellent job on that point of view.
Everyone did a great job. I think so.
I didn't think Maria's was that great for Alana, but that's a different conversation. All right, I forgot those two characters in these backstories because they don't have backstories. Rick Flag and Alana.
All right, they are Rick. Don't worry, they are not even characters.
They're not characters.
No, I'm serious.
They're just a part for James and Jennifer to feel like they're fucking.
No, don't worry. Even Cersei is also not a character. They just say that she's a character.
Yeah. But yeah. So there is a small connection of like trying to find the necklace. The thing for me about the necklace thing is like that doesn't really play a factor at all. Like that doesn't. Oh, she found the necklace. Is she going to be like a more nicer character now? Is she going to be more things like? I mean, like I guess she was a bit more accepting of Nina's like annoying factor. So, but like she doesn't really change that much for me to say that this was like I don't think it was a character achievement like they thought it was, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't even know I don't even know what the bride did. I was like, oh, she's like, she's like innocent now she's me now. Okay, I guess. Because because fucking Frankenstein flip a switch.
Yeah, so most of the flashback is related to teaching the bride how to be human, with the interactions with Victor getting more and more sexual as he pushes Eric away from the bride. Then we actually get the actual sex scene, which bride didn't even realize she was having sex with Victor. That was kind of like a surprise to her, in a way, like after Cersei like unlocked that memory or something like that. I don't really know. It was kind of weird. But yeah, that's mainly where most of the story goes. And then obviously we talked about how Eric kills Victor for fucking the bride in front of him, and how the two of them fight for centuries. But like that's basically it. I mean, she doesn't really. The thing is, like, we don't really see that personality shift. It just happens, and it's like we don't really see that where she got jaded or like what like made her the stone cold thing. We don't see how she got arrested and got to
No,
Bel Rev or anything like that. So
I mean, if she got into Belref, what the fuck isn't Frankenstein in Belref for a long time?
yeah, it's like he escaped, but Bride couldn't. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, and the fucking Frankenstein is even worse when it comes to hiding.
He's not even trying to hide. That's the big.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Like the Bride actually has some sense of like stealth at least. But yeah. Um the biggest criticism that this scene got in particular is like, it's the infantilized woman with the mentor man trope, and then they have sex kind of a thing. That was something that was like heavily criticized, and I think it's fair. Because she literally cannot talk, like, and it's turning him on. Like, I don't really know what else to say.
Yeah. It's like a dad fucking his daughter. I don't even know.
He is fucking his daughter, yeah.
I mean, I mean, at most you can argue it's the adopted daughter, but still, that's still weird.
Yeah. So that was the bride's backstory. How does it really connect to her main story?
Good question. She just goes to that building and she got kidnapped. Good question. I have no idea. She just like she just got sad, visited again, and got kidnapped there. So that's the most I can say.
I'm a mean bitch because my backstory is sad. Looks at the
And
backstory. It's not. The thing is, like, I learned more about Eric and Victor than I did about the bride.
and even that was like they're barely even characters as well. Well, I mean, at most they're really one note.
I mean, I'll say like up until that point, Frankenstein does have more in the sense of like, yeah, he's angry about the fact that like they were got killed and all that stuff. But there was at least something like you could see his feelings, or like you could see like how he's reacting to the situation, or like how he wants to go about this whole thing with pride and all that stuff. So it's like there's something there because like he has a cognitive understanding of what was happening, whereas like the bride, she doesn't know because she has the brain of a 3-year-old at the time. So that's kind of the
Yeah.
issue. That's why the whole thing is just weird.
And then just got a bunch of montages like, oh, she grows tough now. It's like, she's sad that the person who fucked her died, so she's mad, I guess.
I would have said Frankenstein, but that was a bit of a waste. What would you say? That was a waste of time.
Well, what do I think of Frankenstein? She's a waste of time. Of the entire show.
Yeah. So I really don't know if I want to talk about comics right now. I feel like I should say that for later.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Let's talk about mismarketing. They fucking market that Frankenstein, and it's like one of the major characters, one of the leads for Creature Commando.
Okay, then I can talk about it. So the thing is, Frankenstein is a leader for pretty much all Creature Commandos teams, or there's like Agents of Shade, there's the Seven Soldiers, but they're typically Frankenstein is like the guy. He's the guy essentially, and he's also not a fucking simp, not a fucking crazy psychopath who kills. The thing is like, but that's kind of that's why I don't want to go too much into that now, and I want to save it for more of a dedicated section. But like, the Creature Commandos aren't supposed to be villains; they're heroes. They're a team that was created just to fight Nazis, and they want to do that because they want to help their country and all that stuff. So it's a completely noble and heroic cause. And the benefit of having monsters on your team is that the Nazis can be scared of the enemy, and then the enemy can kill them. So it's like that's like the benefit. And it's like, and the thing is that Creature Commandos was more of like an anthology series. That's why I suggested to do more of an anthology, because then you can actually benefit of what they are and like have them interact with multiple threats and not just like this one streamline shit that makes no sense. Why does this show have to have a threat about the end of the world in the first project?
Gorilla Grodd.
Could you remember, like, what if like Iron Man had to fight Thanos in the first movie?
No, not even Thanos. The equivalent is like, Iron Man is fighting a Pepper Pot and some fuckwit just gave him a feature that she would destroy the world with Thanos. That's the equivalent.
Yeah. That's another good point too. I thought it would lead to him having a big confrontation with the bride, but all it amounts to is the bride shooting him, and he doesn't even get to tell her about Flag Senior. The thing is, like, Frankenstein spent all the season like chasing after the bride, like talking about his feelings, talking about the issues as to what is end of the world plot for the appetizer of the DC. Yeah. Right. But he's talking about all these things, and then the second he goes up to talk to the bride, she shoots the fuck out of him. Like, doesn't get a word in. Like, he even says like, Rick Flag, save it for hell, you bitch. Or you're you stalker son of a bitch, or something like that. And then shoots him dead, and then we saw the mid-credit scene, he's not dead. So which is why it's like, for me, it's like, bride, do you not know that he can't die? You've been fighting him for centuries, so
yeah, true.
I would assume. But yeah. But then that's also bad in the sense that, like, you spent all season like trying to hype up this confrontation for this interaction between Frankenstein and the bride, and then no, that's not it. And it's like, he's not even the villain of the season. And again, Frankenstein was a way cooler, way heroic, and way more like interesting character in the comics. Like, he was the leader, and then Dr. Nina Mazursky, who we'll get to later, she's like his second in command, kind of a thing. Like, they have like a beautiful friendship among each other. I'll save that for Nina in her section later. But like, I don't know. It's just like, and then there is a relationship between Bride and Frankenstein. It's more they were like actually in love, but then they had like this issue about Frankenstein killing his son because his son was evil. But she thought that was wrong for him to kill his son, even if he was evil. So like, that was like where the disdain came from. But like, that's just a long thing. But I just don't like this whole incel shit that they did.
I mean, he's not
a perspective thing.
I don't even know what to say about it, because like, when I saw his backstory, I just feel like he's being contradicted as a character.
It's not even his backstory. It's just a thing that happened after. Because like, it's basically whatever happened in the castle, and like how they fought, and then he almost got burned alive. Then he fell into the river, went down the river, landed into somebody's house. Or and then she just basically takes care of him for about a few months or something like that.
Yeah,
he's acting like her guardian essentially.
And then it's like, and then he just learns like patience shit. Like, don't rush. Like, care about other people, and then he just fucking kills her. Yeah. I was like, what was it? Okay, if you learn all of this shit, what the fuck do you even? I don't even understand why you even want to go after the bride. Like, acting like this, going after the bride.
See, and that's kind of the other thing too. It's like, so the logic there is that Frankenstein is dead set on this mission that he is the bride's true love, and that's all. And like, that's like his point of reference, like, that he will stick by, even if it's delaying him or anything like that. And then, so Bagna or something like that, the old lady, she didn't want him to leave because she's a blind old lady, so she doesn't know what Frankenstein looks like and anything like that. But like, that didn't really bother her and all. But like, she was trying to say that she doesn't love you, or anything like that. She doesn't want to be alone. Like that was something that was an issue for her, and like that was like his last line. No, I wouldn't leave you alone. I'd never do that. And then that's where he slams the rock over her head to kill her.
Yeah, and that
I get it. Like his logic is in the sense is like she's gonna be alone. Is it better to be alone or better to be dead? And that's kind of his twisted way of that. But like, I don't know.
I don't know. You can just bring her to a city or something. Like, that would work out.
I guess this is still the 1800s a little bit, so it's not too modern yet in terms of this flashback.
Yeah, it's just a weird flashback. It's like I don't even know what does that add to the character. Actually, I think it's actually contradicted Frankenstein as a character. No, I don't even understand why he's such a major simp.
No, it's like, I mean, I feel like I think it's just a classic. Like, I think the voice acting carries the stuff, and it doesn't make sense, but it's performed well, so that's all that really matters.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense for the characters, but well acted. Fuck you. Fun. This is life. That's just like 2 backstories, by the way.
Yeah, it's like he also had the dog. I mean, obviously dogs don't live that long, but I mean, he still stole her dog.
Yeah.
Okay, at least he didn't kill the dog, so there's that. I guess he has some morals.
I mean, the fact that he did not even think, oh shit, she has a dog. She's not alone. That was never an argument. But oh well.
Yeah, but I guess it's because like it was a mix of her crying and for him leaving and all that stuff. But I mean, even then, it's pretty weak.
Yeah. But
then, I guess the only thing I can give it is that at least it doesn't treat him like he's not a monster.
Yeah, I mean,
but like that's a low bar.
No, here's the thing. This show, I mean, we can talk about more about themes later, but it's like I have a lot of problems when it comes to how this show portray every character as a whole.
And as I said, like, you know, the Creature Commandos are supposed to be a heroic team. Agents of Shade, Seven Soldiers, any one of them. The show is more like inspired by Agents of Shade rather than Creature Commandos. But I feel like they probably did Creature Commandos because that sounds more like a comic book team. Agents of Shade is like might give some Shield confusions, or think about Shade, the villain in Stargirl.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that could cause confusions too because he's not in this team in the comics. So
weird.
It's like Superhumans Alliance defense steps. It's something like that. Superhumans Alliance, something like that. But yeah. But yeah, that's Frankenstein and that's the Bride's backstories. How does the Frankenstein story connect to the story? The main line, as Timothy said, like maybe they could have like showed a crossroad. If he chooses the bride and that will something that costs him or something like that, he regrets killing the lady for someone he didn't love that didn't love him. No, none of that happens. He ends up going back to the woman who was looked outside of Frankenstein's door after he was shot. She's the random person who called like, "Oh, your bride is back." I mean, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess you established they're friends. But
I mean, I don't even know.
Like the thing is, like I thought that she was like the same old lady from that first episode, like at the end of that episode. Like I thought she was going to be the same lady from the, you know, the flashback, but it's not. It's a completely different woman. I just thought that was kind of a weird thing. It's like, oh, he has a human friend. Don't you want to show maybe how did they become friends? No, they didn't do that either.
Yeah.
Let's do GI Robot just quickly since we already did that.
He's not a character. He's
not a
funny.
character. He's heavily relying on, if you find the Nazi killing robot, man is funny.
I mean,
So let's see him have a sad backstory or sad like moment.
that could be a character. So it's like, oh, I want friends, but it's like, oh, but she got the chance to have friends. Like, no, I want to kill Nazis. It's like, okay, that was never a moment of conflict.
Yeah, and I mean the flashbacks are like he has interactions with Sergeant Rock, who's gonna get a movie with James Bond. Wow, this is the DCU, huh? So he's gonna get that movie. Then, so basically, it's just standard. He killed a lot of Nazis, but like there's only one of him,
Yeah.
and he's bulletproof. That's convenient. And then like it skips a few decades later about like how he ends up in the hands of like Magnus. He was on the TV show. That's what a Nazi would say. It's probably the best meme of the show. Probably. He also gets in a pawn shop like set in the 2000s, which already contradicts like the line that Waller said that he's been here, like he hasn't killed anybody for a while or anything, or like like the robot's own data is wrong. Like he said, I didn't kill anybody for the last 74 years.
And then
Kind of a
there's
thing, but he killed somebody like 20 years ago. So.
U.S. said that they decommissioned it because no robots, which is absolutely bullshit. When you see the last scene of the show, like they didn't make a new robot.
This neo-Nazi guy is like a fan of World War II, but he doesn't know anything about GI Robot.
Yeah, because apparently U.S. just made one fucking hell. This is like a massive world-building problem.
They didn't deactivate his guns. They just left him in a pawn shop.
They did not even take off his bullets.
Yeah, it's like, and something that we were talking about. It's like, I think what could have been interesting is like his programming shows that they're Nazis, because he says like, "Oh boy," like that's but like he doesn't say like, "Oh boy," like not the excited way. He says it like in a somber way. It's like, oh, maybe feels like he's getting a friendly connection with this neo-Nazi. I mean, he's barely a character, but like, I mean, there's something there. But then like it's like he pulls out the guns, like, fuck you, Nazi, and then just kills all the Nazis with the bullets that are still in his wrist and all that stuff. And again, like, this is a neo-Nazi group, and I guess none of them know about GI Robot history in the war or anything like that. This is set in America too, by the way. American history, W's. So
Yeah,
I feel like that's important information to know. What would have been interesting though is like maybe he does try to do that, but there are no bullets in him. Like he can't actually shoot anybody. So it's like, damn, I want to kill Nazis, but like my function is gone. Like what can I do with that? Like that could have been a character moment, but no.
No, I mean, or he could just like shoot other Nazis, but he decided not to shoot the guy who helped him.
Maybe, but he was like the first to die.
Jeez, yeah, and there's no regrets.
There's no regrets, and it's like I get it. Obviously, it's like fuck Nazis, they're terrible people, and all this stuff. But like, if that's really the point, wow. And then I'll also mention it because episode 3 we're kind of gloss over it in terms of the plot, but like, yeah, in episode 3, like he just has to ask Flag, "Are these Nazis, General?" Yeah, they're Nazis. Oh, so you could just tell him that they're Nazis, and he'll just shoot them. They don't have to actually be Nazis. Just as long as you tell them that they're Nazis, then yeah, just go ahead. So what's the point of scanning them? Is kind of my thing. But then also it's like he, like, the Sons of Themyscira are like incels. I don't know if incels equals Nazis, so not all the time.
Twitter argument.
Sometimes, but that's the argument.
Yeah, that's
Twitter
Twitter argument.
Yeah.
So that's the other backstory. I learned nothing, but thank you. And he died anyways.
Oh, then he comes back as
Sure.
like a buff Hulkbuster. He looks so stupid.
No, yeah, I mean, and I literally do not understand. Yeah, and I just at that moment I was like, you shot the world building again.
Yeah, you could just rebuild GI Robot. I mean, I guess in modern times it'd be different, but like,
I mean, the only one you establish who has his data is William Magnus, and because the U.S. has
right,
fucking shut it down.
the Metal Man, yeah.
Yeah, and that's it. So unless he's building William Magnus or someone has his data or something, none of that's gonna work.
Yeah, and it's also like his one thing that tied him as like a kind of a character is like Nina, but guess who's gone?
Nina as well.
Yeah, so
No,
that's great. He's back, and there's no human connection to him, so he's just back because Funny Man is back. Funny Robot Man is back. So yeah, let's talk about Weasel. Let's talk about Weasel's backstory.
always innocent.
Fuck that.
I mean, it has something to do with the story at the end. I give it
It
that.
does have something to do with the story at the end. It has something to do with the final fucking fight.
Oh, but
But
yeah.
Nina, Dina, Gina, Bobina.
Yeah,
So you know how like they kept saying a few times as like a passing joke in the Suicide Squad and Creature Commandos that Weasel he's a child killer. He's killed like 23 kids. Actually, no, according to his lawyer, he was accused of killing 8 kids.
and his lawyer also just came right now.
His lawyer is voiced by Linda Cardellini.
Oh, I thought she would have a bigger role, but apparently this goes nowhere for some reason.
Because so here's the thing. So Weasel can't talk. So he can't explain like what happened, or he can't explain why he was in jail or why he was accused. He doesn't even know what he was accused of or anything like that. But silly walking rat man who can level Cersei somehow. He was just a regular rat guy. He was found in a schoolyard. Some of the kids saw him and like, oh, look, he just wants to eat something. They give him an apple. He eats the apple. Then they play fetch. They play ball. They play catch. He's having a good time with a bunch of kids in the schoolyard. And then this
janitor, I guess.
This janitor, stupid guy, takes a look and he has concern. Whoa, these kids are being attacked by or are being with a thing that looks like a monster. Fair reaction. I can see that being a concern because like none of the kids are worried about this is a weird dog thing. Okay. I mean, they're kids. I guess they're more friendly than adults. Fair enough. And then the janitor being scared is another fair reaction. Okay. He calls somebody. He calls the cops. Like, hey, I saw the kids like being in the school with this weirdo dog looking thing. We'll sit tight, man. We'll be right there. And then it's like, oh, he's got the jitters. The janitor's got the jitters, and like he's got to take out the blicky and all that stuff. So he's got a shotgun, and well, as you mentioned before, wow, the school is open on this day. That's great.
Yeah.
It's not locked or anything like that.
Like they just fucking gaslight. They're just like this is like they just hand wave it. They just lampshade. It's like, oh wow, it's not locked for some reason. Yeah, why is it not locked?
This is a good point from Timothy. It's like the lawyer does show a picture of the little girl, the blonde girl, and he looks at it kind of like sadly, but then he eats the picture.
Yeah, and then remember this guy. He's so motivated to just save Alana because he looks like her. I think that's implication or she is her. I don't know. The show never made it that clear. There's like, and then fucking Ida was like, why? Why the fuck would you do that? Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of plot bullshit in this episode. Well, like Elizabeth Bates, it's like tough, strong lawyer who just take no shit, never appear again after that scene for some reason. She's also barely a character. She's an exposition machine. That's all I want to say. And then like and yeah, that's how it works. She just eats it, and then there's the big cat guy was like, oh, let's just play inside the school for some reason. Uh, by the way, let's just and then they just have some really arbitrary bullshit that I kid you not set the school on fire because they actually just hit the gas. They decided just like yeah, let's just play in the basement for some reason, and then it's like triggers on fire. I don't know how does that work. But yeah, that's how and that's yeah, that's that's the logic. And then the janitor just came and was like, yeah, let's just shoot everything. That's I guess, but at the same time, I don't know. I guess so. It's so difficult for me to tell you anything about this. I just love just like I guess instead of I know that this is gonna happen.
Oh, I was muted. That's why. I was
Yeah.
I kept repeating myself, and you kept talking over me. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
One sec. Fix my mic.
Yeah. So basically, as Unity said, I could have been okay with the concept of an adult being fearful of a werewolf guy being with kids. That's totally fair. And I could even see like maybe he wants to take a stand and try to do something. It's a bit of
Yeah.
a risk. You're bringing out a fucking gun to with a bunch of kids in the room, but
Yeah.
okay, I mean, I guess. But then the guy just fucking blindly shoots wherever the weasel is like running off to, so he doesn't get hit by bullets. To the point where there is a fucking gas canister that
No,
he
because
shoots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy shit! And the gas is because some apparent alcohol has enough firepower to just burn stuff.
Oh, it is a propane too. So I get where the fire is coming from. It's more like you fucking idiot. You're just shooting. First off, you're bringing out a gun to the kids. You're not even trying to like kids get behind me or something like that. Because he's shooting, and the kids are still in front of him. So it's like he's not even having any risk as to like maybe the bullet could hit the kid or one of the kids. So it's like I don't. It's the awareness of the people of the human characters are really stupid.
And he decided to shoot when the place is on fire. Wow.
And he kept shooting when the place was on fire, and then obviously like all the pillars like they fall and kills like 7 of the kids.
Not just that, the entire school exploded, and somehow the weasel survived. And okay, fine, I guess she's like superpower or some shit. Okay, the girl survived. Some reason. This is a building fucking blowing up.
It's not like so the thing. It's not the worst thing, mainly because like I obviously like collapses and all that stuff. Like it could kill somebody. It could like somebody could get really injured, but like it doesn't kill them per se. I could see that being the thing. Obviously, it's like the blonde girl with the purple shirt who has like she has that connection. So, God, I remember seeing somebody tweet on the day after that episode. It was like, I feel like he's gonna get PTSD when he sees the princess or something. And the fact that that's accurate, the fact that that is true, I
mean, the fact that
refuse to believe. I refuse to believe that anybody likes this.
Yeah, I mean the fact that she wears exactly the same as her, just younger and has the same hairstyle, and like looks the same, looks like a young version of her. It's like wow.
And it's like no, it's like it fucking bothers me because like okay, so like let's say this like girl was like blonde and with a purple shirt and all this stuff. What if Alana was a brunette like Rapunzel? like Rapunzel when you cut her hair off.
Yeah.
What if that's what she looked like? Will he have the same like bullshit? Like, oh my god, I don't want to kill her because she reminds me of that girl that I saved a long time ago. It's like, no, it's like you clearly made it obvious that like these two look the same, so that when you have this bullshit reason as to like why, God, I want to say that for later because like the way that Nina is handled is so awful, but like basically he is the contributing factor as to why she died. Like there's no other way to put it. And then he gets rewarded for it, but which is a joke, but lampshade.
Yeah, and I don't even know because we just gotta be like, oh yeah, he died. Yeah, and she just looks exactly the same. Acolyte shit. They just have the same hairstyle, lol.
Yeah. So you see, Weasel goes and tries to get the girl out and all that stuff, but you see the no good pesky human cops. They see a weasel is like he's got a girl in his mouth. God, he must be wrecking havoc or something like that. I mean, man, like we got to shoot him, even though the girl is still alive in his mouth, but she's still alive. And no, let's keep shooting at the weasel who's holding the girl in his mouth, the live girl in his mouth. No. Who cares about that? No, but they hit Weasel. They hit him. But then he reaches out. They're trying to restrain the Weasel. He's reaching out. No. And then the banister falls on the little girl, killing her. So, what?
I think this show hates cops.
No, it hates humans. But you're right as well.
No, and then you got Nina backstory. It's like, yeah, of course the show hates cops.
Yeah. Oh my God. That fucking cop in the Nina backstory. Oh my God. Ooh. I want to skip around, man. But like, it's hard. It's hard, man.
No, don't worry. I'm just gonna talk about it in the theme section. It's like, what the fuck is this show trying to tell me?
Yeah. So the thing is, like, the fact that like Weasel is absolved for all of the murders, like he couldn't have at least accidentally killed one of the kids, like because he is still like a weasel. It's like you could try to say that he may have killed. Because, like, obviously the whole thing about, like, oh, he killed 23 children. He killed 8 children, which I don't know how you make that mistake. I guess it's, like, just a rumor and you just bullshit the numbers, like, more and more over the years. I guess that could happen. That's fair. But it's, like, you could – so this is, like, the opportunity of a flashback to show that, oh, this is what actually happened. But you don't even give him, like, 1 ounce of, like maybe he accidentally killed a kid. Like, even if he didn't intentionally mean to kill the kid, you didn't even give him one of that. So it's like, okay, so he's completely innocent. The janitor is a moron for using a gun to shoot at children, but then eventually hits a propane gas that kills pretty much all of them. So he was way more dangerous than the weasel. And then the weasel goes out trying to save the girl, but then these 2 cops, these 2 idiots, just like shoot at Weasel, regardless of if he has like a girl in his mouth who's alive. And then after shooting Weasel, they don't even try to get the girl out because I don't know. I guess they just thought she was already dead. So it's like they're just as guilty as like for that. It was like, oh, but like this is the themes, like which you said you want to say for later, but like God, you see these awful human beings. They're treating this monster like he's a monster and like not respecting their boundaries. They don't know what it is like to be human or anything like that because they can't realize that they have to save a little girl. That doesn't make it good writing.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is what Gunn said is the saddest thing he's ever written. No, this Timothy, to be fair, this is the saddest thing he's ever written. Just not in the way that he's saying.
Yeah. He said this is like the best episode he written. What the fuck? The other was like, oh, he's innocent. Oh, so he's not even a character. Oh no, he said that he can't save per person, so that doesn't contribute to anything. I mean, aside from that bullshit at the end.
That was really awful. Like, and the way that they made it worse by like tying it to Alana. That I cannot believe that anybody thinks that is good at all. Wow, they look similar. Now he has to save her. God, like, and because Weasel can't talk, so the other characters have to think what he's thinking, because like they have to interpret it. What is he thinking? So it's like he's like trying to. He feels like agitated around Nina's. God, Alana looks like a Nina. That's why it keeps throwing me off. Yeah. So he looks like Alana. He's like looking sad at her, and it's like, why is he acting so weird? It's like, guys, like, don't you remember that he played fetch with her for hours?
Sure.
That's not seen in any of the episodes. You
I
literally just made up a bullshit explanation as to why Weasel could care about Alana because of something that happened off screen.
don't even remember that. I was like, wait, what? Wait, really? When did that
Yeah.
happen?
Yeah, Nina's like holding Weasel back, and it's like, and then Bride is like asking like, why is he acting so weird? It's like, I don't know. It's like he remember when he was playing fetch with her for like hours. Like that's a legitimate line. It's like that's how you're gonna explain the possibility of how like these two are friends. That is awful. That is terrible.
Yeah.
No good, very bad day. So
Sure. So that's Weasel's backstory.
that's Weasel and pretty much his contribution to the story. Fucking joke.
What's the next one?
Dr. Phosphorus.
Oh god, that fucking shithead. Oh, by the way, he cured cancer. First, that's my world-building problem. He fucking cured cancer. I've got the logistics of how he cured cancer. I'm just like, okay, cancer killing research should get out of the world right now.
No, but you see that he cured cancer, but like he fudged the numbers so that it doesn't look like he cured cancer, because
But-
like he doesn't want to feel like if he gives like the solution to Thorn, then like Thorn will get all the credit and all the money and all that stuff. Whereas like if you try to continue developing it or something like that, like that will be what makes the moneymaker. But like I don't know.
Who cares? You cured cancer.
Okay, so I'll briefly explain Phosphorus from the comics just a little bit because I think it is a little important here. So this is like a true connection. There is like a connection between Dr. Phosphorus and Thorn in particular, except like Phosphorus didn't work for Thorn. He worked for a regular company and all that stuff, a company that Thorn had overseeing power to and all that stuff. And he was tasked to like cure cancer. Now, the way he got his powers is like by an accident, kind of like, any typical Hulk story or anything like that. He got hit by a radioactive thing by accident, and then he became Dr. Phosphorus. He got his sadistic nature and all that stuff through that. But that's not like sad enough. That's not like we can't make people cry for this. So what do we do? So let's say that he has a wife, and this wife only says 2 lines. Don't you remember my family, my father, and I love you. And then the next shot is her dead.
Yeah, she and her son died, and she's framed for murder.
Yeah. So you see, fridging. That's the word, fridging. She was fridged to set up the sad story for Dr. Phosphorus's thing. So you see, again, a real theme that Rupert Thorne is the monster here. So he got hit by a radioactive flamethrower. That's funny.
Should I? I have so many questions when I look at the backstory. So
Yeah, go ahead.
For one, why do you feel the need to just fake data? I was like, all you got is like, oh, that country is fascist. Apparently, it's not even a real country; it's a fucking comic country.
Yeah, Bolivia. Yeah.
I was like, oh, my wife doesn't like it. I was like, I don't care. I was like, your wife doesn't care, so I'm not gonna put my cancer curing research out in the world. I was like, wait, what the fuck do you think a country would do? If they have a fucking, I don't care if they're fascists. If they have a fucking if they have a data of like, oh, I've got cure cancer, they gotta share it to other places. I mean, shit, like horribly. I don't think they'll do it in a good way. but they would eventually it will get to a world because the world will eventually find, oh wait, how do you cure cancer? And the other thing is, if you fucking cure cancer, I was like, oh, what will you do? And you actually have the data. Instead of just fake the data, you also send it to USA or something. I was like, okay, then.
Skeletal. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I guess he would be like, oh, but no one believe you. You just need to all you have to do is just like mail it to someone. I mean, it's like, oh, but you see, he has to be in control to with anything he do. It's like, oh, so that means I will be like, I'll be controlling your research, and instead of locking his cancer research away, he's just be like, oh, it's on my table. Let Rupert Ford take it. Okay, let's just accept the bullshit. He's just that stupid. He'll be like, oh, I don't understand how the world. Philosophers. Yeah, let's just accept that he's that stupid. He's just like, oh, yeah, I don't know. I can just mail it to people. I just make a copy and mail it to people. Like literally, you can just take a fucking photo and that's it. And then he just faked the data to the quote unquote fascist country. I have no idea how does that work.
Right. Okay. So
and
I'm just pulling up the quotes. I try not to be. You knew the deal, Alex. We funded your experiments on nuclear fusion so you could make cancer go bye-bye. But we would get the results of all those experiments to share our friends overseas. Yes, Bialia, a fascist regime. I try not to be so judgmental. It's business. Well, I did what you wanted. I gave you all the results. You gave me bullshit. You think these Bialan scientists can't see through your made-up stats and research? Now it's on my ass. Now my ass is on the line, you crumb.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know what form does that work with that fascist country. Is that just USA? What do you mean you cure cancer? It's a cancer research.
So the problem is like I don't see any reasoning as to why. Mr. Thorne, no. This might be the real thing. There's all sorts of numbers here. My wife, she came from a country from an oppressive regime. She was sensitive about nuclear secrets to another. Oh, what a prince, right guy, throwing his dead wife under the bus. I didn't think anybody would notice. That's a con man's excuse. I didn't think anybody would notice. I was conning them. Okay, yeah, so he had the real stats. He just kept it to himself. He had the real stats. He just kept it to himself. He gave fake numbers to the Bialans because the Bialans suck. Their oppressive regime and all this stuff. But because Thorne has relationships with, so to be fair, Thorne is a shady person. So
yeah, I just
he's interacting with shady people in the Bialans. It's not that part is like I do understand. I do know Thorne's character, though he's way too cartoony of a villain in the show. Like that's
what the fuck? He's like the most logical person in the entire show.
But cartoony in the sense like he's like over the top of like how evil he is. But
I think this guy has the most justifiable reason for how we'd be mad because I funded your thing and you made fake shit. You make fake shit about your mutant.
I need to fix my mic, so I'm gonna go back to my headset. Yeah, so you see, dumb shit.
Yeah, and so it's like some extremely convoluted way to just like, oh, I'm not gonna give you cancer curing research. I mean, all you have to, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
And then, okay, here's how. Okay, do you want to just go through the part like how he turns into a monster or something?
Actually, I still want to go back to that. So the thing is, like, here is that I feel like the way that it's written is that you feel bad that his wife got killed, his wife and son got killed, and all that stuff. That the thing that they're arguing about with Thorne and Alex is that, oh, you're sending bullshit numbers to this country, but that country sucks. They're a fascist regime and all that stuff. Okay. It turns out that you have all the stats. Like, you, first off, you kept all your stats in the same room as your lab. I mean, I guess it's fair, but like, if you don't want anybody to see it or find it, then probably don't leave it on an open desk. So there's that. And two, it's like, yeah, he literally admitted to, like, I did solve cancer, but like I didn't want to give the bad country the solutions to cancer. Okay, then give it to the Americans. But he
Yeah.
works for Rupert Thorne. Rupert Thorne is a crime boss. I know that from the comics and all. Rupert Thorne was a politician, corrupt politician who does make his own crime gang, just like Falcone and Maroni and all of them. So he has like a similar kind of isms there, but like,
But yeah, in this show, all I got is like, oh, he's a crime boss.
yeah, he is a little bit cartoony in terms of like how he acts, but he still makes sense. I would say it's like, you just solved cancer, but you said no. Oh, it's because my wife. Oh, you're blaming your wife then? No, no, no. I'm not saying that. Yeah, it's the con man's excuse,
Yeah.
and all that stuff. So
Yeah, I was like, that's. I was like, I can't believe I'm actually rooting Rupert Thorne at this guy.
yeah,
And what the fuck? Because like there, and then he just okay because by the way they have some extremely shitty way that destroyed Philosopher's character, and they still managed to get cancer research into the world. So I just have to go through all of those first.
you can just go with doctor. I feel like that'll be easier for you to say.
The doctor was like, okay,
Oh, now you're gonna be confused with the doc.
yeah, that's the thing. Philosophers, I was like,
Doc.
because Rupert Thorne just like, yeah, let's just shove this guy into like the research, just turn up the dial, or just kill him like this. I was like, I guess.
So his logic is that, like, oh wow, the scientist who couldn't overcome this whole like issue, he kills his wife and son, and then he kills himself to out of his shame, because his research was not going the way that it was supposed to. That's kind of essentially the gist of why he's justifying this idea. It's the age-old story: a nuclear scientist goes crazy, murders his family, and then commits suicide by atomizing himself with nuclear energy. That's kind of like where it's a little cartoony, but like, I mean, I get it. I mean, I get where he's going for.
I mean, the fact that you anger the fucking fascist country, I'll be like, yeah, I can at least understand that.
From a villain point of view, it makes sense.
Yeah.
I guess. So yeah, he gets in, and it's kind of like the Hulk, but instead of being the Hulk, he's a skeleton man with radioactive skin and all this stuff. I mean, obviously, Rupert could not have predicted that would happen, but like, you have to accept some contrivances because that's comics for you. So yeah, it doesn't kill him, but his whole body is like pretty much enveloped in nuclear energy. This pretty much makes him go insane. And he uses this insanity to, just do a little bit of killing. So he kills Rupert Thorne's guard, which there was this weird conversation. I know it's not relevant at all, but like, it's just something that happened for like a whole week, and I feel like it's be remiss not to mention, is like, when the guy was reading like Playboy magazines of like superhero, like, bikini models basically. So, and then like that guy gets his head like demolished by him and all that stuff. So it's like, oh, you see, but like, looking at women in bikinis is bad. That's why Gunn had him killed and all that stuff. It's like,
Or is that? I mean, I thought the first part is like, isn't the reason that because you work for a crime boss? That sounds like a better reason.
that sounds like a better reason, but yeah, you see, looking at porn is bad. And this is like the week where everybody's gooning over Squirrel Girl, so that was like really weird logic from Twitter that day. But yeah,
I'm gonna be honest with you. Gunn should relook at his own show.
James Gunn.
Yeah. Don't worry, this entire show is him gooning.
Yeah. We'll get to that part in the modern day, especially with the brothel scene. We'll get to that. But yeah, so Phosphorus, he had somewhat like if you felt bad for him, is like he did do some bad stuff prior to being a monster. So as Unity pointed out, people just missed it because he's crying, so you miss what he's saying, kind of a thing. So there's that. But then the next part, then this is where people were saying, okay, like I was feeling bad for him, but then he killed Rupert Thorne, his family, and then his 2 children as well. I mean, they didn't show that, but like they showed the news reporter saying that Thorne and his whole family, his 2 kids, are dead, and all this stuff. And then you see a bit of a montage where he takes over, he kills a lot of people, and then he pretty much acts as the crime boss. He takes over Rupert Thorne's like empire, and then he becomes a Gotham kind of guy. And then he even has like a dance sequence with his goons, and like they also have like the face paint to match like their leader's stick. Like classic comic book stuff. Like this is a highly praised thing. Finally, comic book henchmen that appreciate working for their leader. That's great. You know what gets even better? Wow, the lights turn off, looks up in the sky, it's fucking Batman.
That's all people talk about. Batman.
And that's all people talked about.
Oh yeah, it's Batman. To be honest, this is the definition of you show a person a picture of something they know and people clap.
That's what you're right on the head. It really is like that, because like, I mean, we saw Gotham City, we saw Rupert Thorne, but those don't get the claps. You know what gets the claps? Batman. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's literally just a picture. People just clap. I mean, yeah, that's it.
DCU Batman, he's built like a tank.
And by the way, does philosopher turn evil makes any sense?
So in the terms of like how he becomes sadistic because of being radiation and all that stuff, like I don't think it's like a worse thing in the world. It's just more like do you feel anything when it happens? Not really.
No. I mean, and the fact that remember this guy's motivation is he wants to cure cancer. You just have to remember, and then just like, oh, by the way, he's now a crime boss for some reason.
Yeah. So again, just like I briefly mentioned about like the character from the comic, it's just like he was like a normal scientist who was working on cancer research. His company was owned, like he wasn't like the guy, but like he was owned by Rupert Thorne and all that stuff. And then he just got caught up in an accident that made him the Dr. Phosphorus. So it's like it's not like a sexy kind of like backstory or anything like that. But he does hate Rupert Thorne because like he's the one who funded like this whole thing and like did not do enough funding for like the protection and like that got him like basically like Radioactive Man in that sense. So that's just something that they do have beef, but like he never actually killed Rupert Thorne because Rupert Thorne is like really slimy and he's able to get away with it because of Batman being able to kind of protect him, kind of a thing. So there's stuff like that, but
Rupert Thorne died. Oh well, that's it for
Rupert Thorne dies. Yeah. So.
Okay, don't worry. Because this guy just take over his crime syndicate and Batman just stop him.
Yeah, but you see Batman is there. That's all that matters.
Yeah. And by the way, I have to talk about for all of that. Okay.
I mean, is Phosphorus people's favorite character? I mean, he is I see him in the top 3. But the top 3 is like.
I mean, he just fucking flipped his character. He just flipped his character in this entire backstory out of nowhere.
Yeah. It's like again, the thing is like Radioactive Man, Dr. Phosphorus. The way that Dr. Phosphorus, he does go sadistic, like he does go crazy in the comics too, like gradually as he becomes radioactive and all that stuff. I mean that part is there, but like it's just a sudden switch onto like how quick he goes to it. It's like I don't know. It's like I know the episodes are short, but like there's a way to.
Well, that's your fault, James Gunn.
It's your fault for doing it that way. Is one thing, but like, yeah.
Oh,
And the thing is, like, honestly, I feel like his comic counterpart is more sadistic in a way, because like his thing is like, yeah, I could burn you alive. Like the thing is, like, Dr. Phosphorus's kills, like he does like instant kills, like burn them, like melt the flesh and all that stuff. Is like cool. I mean, but like in the comics, like Dr. Phosphorus, like he'd actually, like, you know, put a hand on, and then that'll cause cancer. It's like, I'd rather you suffer for the next like years with this incurable like cancer, rather than like me killing you right away, because that, what does that do for me, kind of a thing. So it's like, that's more cruel to me. But like, I don't know, it's like, this is like, I think Dr. Phosphorus, like when he did like the middle fingers and like goes to the whole tank and like burning people's faces off, is like, that's sort of where it's like, this is not cool to me. This is just like a lame rated R
yeah,
for the sake of lame rated R. But yeah.
by the way, let's just talk about the cancer stuff.
Yeah.
Since we talk, by the way, the cancer is leaked to the world now, based on how you describe it. So Rupert Thorne has the cancer research. Dr. Phosphorus takes over the organization. Batman fucked over the entire organization. Where do you think the research is headed now?
Well, we don't even know. We don't even know what Batman knows, or we don't even know like all that stuff. So that's the to be fair part. We don't even know if Dr. Phosphorus, like, I mean, if Thorne even gave it up yet, because of the intercutting. Because like the thing is, like, he gets like radioactive powers the same night as like there, and then obviously he's like walking to Thorne's house and all this stuff, and like, you know, Thorne is eating dinner, so it's like it must be the same night. But then there's the whole montage scene, and or like, you know, I don't know if like Thorne like gave up the cancer research like right away or anything like that.
I mean, even if he doesn't, he just like, oh, it's my room. It's like, who do you think access has your thing? Philosopher. He took over the entire organization.
Okay. So he might have the research after killing Thorne, but like we don't know that. That's the only problem. That's my best faith.
But like, but at the same time, you can't just like, oh, I took over an organization. It's like, your stuff. Of course, your cancer research is back. You can't just like, and you did not even address that. It was like, and then just tell me, it's like, Batman take over you. It was like, I don't know who Batman is, but you're defeated. It was like, what do you think is gonna happen? Your place is gonna get raided.
Maybe. Then again, we still don't really know how much Batman knows about different things, or if he knows about who Dr. Phosphorus used to be as a human, all this stuff. And you know, Timothy has a good question, which will kind of be a theme for the themes. Like, how does Law like know for Waller that she's banned from using humans, but like, what about a monster that is, for example, Dr. Phosphorus? Nina is another example as well. They used to be humans that were turned into monsters. So like, how does that work? I don't know.
Nope.
And yeah, again, Creature Commandos were never owned by Waller in the comics. Waller never had the power to the Creature Commandos, the Agents of Shade, Seven Soldiers, like none of them. Like, she never had that power.
And
I'm still, at least it's not okay, but at least it's not like giving her the Justice Society of America.
Yeah, I mean,
that was awful.
I mean, hey, at the very least, they just,
at least
don't
worry.
Don't worry, they're absolutely not gonna remember that this guy cured cancer. They're never gonna address that.
Yeah, but you see, he's like, now he's like, his personality is like so much of a I don't give a shit about anything. So it's like, yeah, I could cure cancer. I'm not going to.
Fuck you, because that's totally not character assassination.
But I don't. Do you know that Sauron meme from Spider-Man? But I don't want to cure cancer. I want to make dinosaurs.
Oh my god.
But I don't want to cure cancer. I want to kill everybody.
Jesus. Yeah, that's totally logic. Yeah, and you couldn't convince me that that research did not go to other places.
And did this apply to the main plot? So the only connection they had is that Dr. Phosphorus is on the run, because in episode 6 they do the split up episode where all the characters split up as if they were friends, and like it doesn't really hit because like they're not really friends. So when they split up, they don't feel like, oh, I used to rely on my friends and now I'm all alone. Like, we don't really see that. And then the episode ends with like all the characters back together, like they made a bond. they didn't, but okay.
Yeah.
But
he's
yeah,
he's
so
all a little girl. That's it.
yeah, so the Dr. Phosphorus, he goes to somebody's house, and so the funny thing is, like, he's on the run and he's bulletproof. Like, he can like melt bullets from even touching him. So there's that. But yeah, he sees this little girl. The little girl is not scared of him. Nobody's scared of a flaming skeleton man. I don't understand this universe. I mean, I guess everybody's so like okay with monsters in this world, so I guess, but like, can one person be scared of seeing a monster? Like, anybody? That just never makes sense to me. But yeah, but then like he's thinking about when he used to play with his kid, and now she reminds him of his kid. So like, then the arc is, I could have killed her, but I chose not to.
Why would you kill her?
Character development.
Why would you kill her in the first place?
Well, you see, he didn't want her to possibly reveal that I saw this like skeleton man, fire skeleton man.
Just run away.
Priatel skeletel, like the title of the episode. The fire skeleton, yeah, something like that. And but then like he sees her parents. Her parents like they can't react because it's a flaming skeleton man. They're like, I just want to know where the castle is. And they just point silently. Thanks. He walks off. No calling. No. What the fuck are you doing here? Anything like that. No. It's just a kid, chill guy. And yeah, that's Dr. Phosphorus's backstory.
Nice.
Nobody's scared because they're thinking of the Bad to the Bone riff. Bad to the bone.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that leaves Nina Mazursky.
Oh God.
So why don't you describe what happened?
So she's born with like lungs on the outside for some reason, but fuck it. And she has to like because fortunately her dad is like some genius scientist, so she can help him. And then her wife was like, fuck you, he's suffering, I'm suffering, I'm gonna leave you to take care of this kid. It's like I should let my kid die.
So
basically that's the logic.
It is like that commentary. It's like she's born with like a disability. Now her dad, Dr. Mazursky is actually the real lead, like, creator of the Creature Commandos, like that team in the comics, but obviously they didn't do that here. That's not really my point. It was more like, at least, why are they highlighting him in particular? So yeah, he has this breathing device that allows Nina to breathe as a kid, but like, she has to wear like this like kind of like this girdle that keeps her lungs intact for her to breathe. It looks bad to the mother. Nina can't hold up her weight because it's too heavy, and she just feels really sad about it. It's like, I don't know, is this a good life for her to have, or wasn't it better to just let her pass? That kind of thing. It's like that kind of discussion. Like, it is a tough conversation. I'm not going to act like there's no. I'm not going to act like the wife had like no right in having those feelings. I just feel like they don't really highlight it enough, because I don't know if it's because of the runtime, which Gunn had all the power to control. But it's like that's kind of the extent to it. And then she says like, "Oh, I'm going to go with my mother for a few days." Then she never comes back. So it's one of those.
Irresponsible shithead, but sure.
Yeah, it's just more like I get where she's coming from. In that point of view. I mean, but like, I still respect the dad for trying. I mean,
yeah, and then
boy, he did try. It did get to a point where like he did like try to come up with like okay, so let's put her in this procedure. Maybe this could help her. and like he gives like an injection, but that turns her into a fish person. And as long as she's in water, she can breathe just fine and walk just fine. This is the way so that they could get rid of the heavy weight lung capacitor thing on her chest. So that's that. And you know,
mean,
it's your typical, the girl is like, you know, like she's very smart, she's very intelligent. This is something Waller said that we never get to see in the show. She's very smart and intelligent, but like she needs to make friends, so that's why I wanted to go to this private school. And you know, so they have Nina like try to participate as a student. There's a scene of them playing lacrosse, which already I used to play lacrosse when I was in high school. Lots of fouls and lots of stick checks and cross checks and all that stuff. And no whistle. That's crazy. I get they're racist, but okay.
yeah, I don't
Book
know.
smarts, not street smarts, but
Yeah, pretty much. And
yeah.
it's like it's just like, oh, she's bullied, and also she's injected with aquatic DNA. It's like, and then it turns out he is like, oh, by the way, this his father is like a guy that's like invented technology. Okay, the invented like rice, artificial rice or something, to feed the nation.
Oh, you mean
Yeah.
right? That was like something. It's like I'm familiar with your work and how you were able to do this. I mean, he's a genius, Dr.
Yeah.
Mazursky.
I don't even know what to say. I was like, okay, I guess his research won't be leaked.
This isn't like this is tame compared to everything else we've been talking about. But like that's kind of the other thing too, is like this universe is like already has everything that you could ever want. I know how the rice genetically engineered help feed nations, things like that. Solving some sort of world hunger.
I was like, I think you solved world hunger by just saying that.
Yeah, but you know, it's comics.
Yeah, and yeah, and then I just like, oh, what do you do? I was like, I just give her aquatic DNA. I was like, oh, wait, what? You did not bother to tell the other scientists that you injected her with aquatic DNA.
I mean, he's the guy, so he's the boss. It's a little different.
I was like, yeah, if you injected her with aquatic DNA, won't you like, prepare a tank of water just in case?
Well, I guess it was like first to like see like how like so the way he was saying is like the logic is like the breathing would go straight from the neck, kind of like gills, but like it'll go straight to her lungs rather than needing a breathing apparatus kind of a thing. But then there was like a mutation kind of a thing that has to. So I mean I could see that being a potential flaw, and all that stuff. My main issue with this episode is, wow, it's like such a like this is such a weak way, because like this is the last episode. You got to remember that context too. This is the last episode, so they have to gas up Nina, since like she said, oh, she's the key to this episode. She's the one who's gonna really hit home as to for this last episode and all this stuff. So like and the fact that like most of the episode is just like sad, generic. Oh, I was bullied by all the humans because they didn't like who I was, and so I decided to run away and all this stuff. Then she like lived in the sewers for like 3 years, until she was eventually caught by some person in the photography. They basically, I mean, they really would like to show her ass, her fish ass. So
yeah,
that's something, I guess. But then yeah, so then the police come. It's like the lagoon monster kind of a thing in Star City. Oh my God, I remember Star City. I also heard that there were some reports in Bloodhaven. I know Bloodhaven too. hear me out. At least this is a hear me out, to be fair. So yeah, you see, like, so the cops and, like, a lot of people are there, and her dad was looking for Nina this whole time, but like wasn't able to find her. Saw her in the news and all this stuff. Fair enough, fair enough. And he's there. He's trying to talk to his daughter, who's getting arrested. But the thing is, the guy just decides to not say, "That's my daughter," or "That's my girl," or like, "That's like I know her, like she's mine." Like, he doesn't say any of that. He's like, "Get off me, get away from me, back off," like things like that, while he's pushing two cops on the ground. So I say this because you see, the dad walks up to Nina, tries to say, "I didn't tell you, like, how much, like, I know, like, things were going hard, but I never got a chance to tell you that I love," and then shot in the back.
Some reason.
Shot in the back with a pistol, not with a maybe tase him. Use a taser or something.
Yeah.
Tackle him. Shoot him in the leg.
I was like, even
No,
now, I was like, why do you want to kill him?
It's like, I know he pushed two cops and that's not good, but tackle him. And it's like, my other thing too is like, so the doctor, he just refuses to say that that's my daughter, or like something like that. He just has to "Get off me," and then pushes them to the ground. Just not talking like people are just not talking like people. This is the stupid thing.
And that just makes her sad. What do I know about her? She hates people. Like, she's tragic. She doesn't like bullies. She's more free on water. Some shit.
She didn't deserve to go to Bel Rev. Another character like this as well. And it's strictly because she looks like a fish lady, and nothing else. So she went to jail because of that. And yeah, you see, so this is where Nina is a particular issue as to why, like, I did not like them being a Suicide Squad ripoff to begin with. But secondly, and most importantly, is that these characters some of these characters are not monsters. Like, they're not bad guys in the comics. Like, particularly Bride. Bride has a very different personality in the show versus the comics. Nina, Frankenstein. So Weasel and Dr. Phosphorus are villains in the comics, so they're fine. G.I. Robot is another heroic character as well. But yeah, like, most of these guys are heroes in the comics. But the thing is, like, the show doesn't even try to do, like, oh, they're bad guys trying to be good, or like anything like that. So there's no Suicide Squad like isms here, because like they do it for episode 1, but then they stop. Like, they stop doing that because, like, we got the people to kind of get the idea of what the show's about. Let's do something else now, and that's kind of how they go about it. And as I said, like, Nina is a very different character in the comics. Like, Nina is like second to Frankenstein, and they like have a very good friendship with each other. So they did adapt like a little bit of Nina's backstory from Flashpoint's iteration, where her dad saved her from a accident that was like from like a thing that was like she was born like abnormally with the lungs. Like, it's not specifically like how they did it, but like it was something where you needed to modify it so that she could stay alive. So that's a Flashpoint iteration, so an alternate universe. In most iterations of Nina, she actually is a normal human who was in charge of the Creature Commandos team as a regular scientist. She had a part in like having a first team go out on the field, but like they weren't really good. Like, they were unstable and they were like not very well equipped to be there. So it was like, and so when they had the second team of the Creature Commandos, she decided, like, as like a kind of like a reparation for like what happened the first time around, and like as a way, because like she didn't really like being a doctor too much. She really liked she wanted to be out there on the field with all the monsters. So she injects herself with the like amphibian elixir kind of a thing, and then she becomes a fish lady herself willingly. So it's like, so she has like a much different personality overall. Here, like, what I don't like about her is like she has this a little bit of gas up as to like what She is like intelligent. She's like less monstrous of everyone else. She's not a monster at all. Is kind of the issue. The issue is that she's more human than monster. And we'll get to the reasoning as to why Waller picked her is really stupid. Especially when you have King Shark come in later, who can do exactly who it's almost like it's exactly the Peacemaker me. It was like he does exactly what I do, but I do it better. But like he can actually walk on air and breathe air, but he's also a killer. He's also somebody who could do that, and he can like swim in the water. So it's like the biggest selling point to Nina being on the team is because put her in the water, and it's a different story. And like, what happens when she's in the water? She gets killed. And yeah, Nina's whole backstory and like how she contributes to the plot is like standard. She's innocent. She's pure. Like she didn't deserve to die. Feel bad, but he's stupid. What's the matter?
I mean, she's not a character, but sure.
Yeah, but you see, like everybody feels bad when she dies. So yeah.
Sure, she's a Mora, but sure. Yeah, she's so kind. She's so nice. Yeah, she died.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
If only she's handed a gun something.
Yeah, but she can't kill either. So it's like, why put her out here? Like, first off, like you're going to Pokolistan. Why are you expecting her to go into the? Why are you expecting her to go in the water at any point on this mission? Like, this is like where like the world building stuff doesn't make any sense. Because like Waller's like grade A stupid in the show. Like, the logic just doesn't make sense. It's like you have so many other monsters in this prison that makes way more sense to be out here than Nina. Nina has not contributed one thing to this team. And again, I already hate it because like she's made like weak and like pathetic in the show, where she's like way more confident and way more like engaging. She's able to fight in the comics. She refers to herself as the mermaid.
You mean
as
the wall?
Not the wall, not the wall. I'm talking about the mermaid, Nina. But yeah, so basically like she does like she's able to do a lot. She's like second in command. She's like with Frankenstein and the mummy, which we'll talk about the mummy in a second, towards the end of the episode. But yeah, it's like she's a huge factor of like these like other like agents of Shade and Seven Soldiers, but they just made her like this puppy dog, sad. I don't really know what to do here.
No, basically they made her Ratcatcher too. I'm gonna be honest here.
But worse, Ratcatcher 2 has like a power that
no. She's actually a character. That's a difference. She's not just kind, caring. She's also a lot of like, I don't give a shit, just let me go. And then she just decides like, oh, she'll decide to just save the world. At the after many experience of people she cared about, like died, and she tried to make friends with people who does not belong.
But like okay, but like even the bare bones, Nina does not contribute to the action, which at the end of the day, this is a Creature Commandos team. A Creature Commandos team is any kind of Spec Ops team should be like eligible to be able to fight, right? That should take more priority in terms of like who you pick in your personnel. Then, you know, the characterizations, how do they grow? What is their personalities and growth and all that stuff? That stuff comes afterwards in the story once you get to know the characters. But you have to first like establish that there is like a plausibility of these characters being able to fight. If this character cannot fight, then she has no purpose out here. That is the problem. Like Ratcatcher 2 can fight. She is a character, yes, you're right. But she's able to fight, which is what got her there in the first place. And then she could be her character after that. Nina has nothing contributing on like the basic fundamental of being in a Spec Ops team. So like, why is she here? That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of factors because and then you just realize, what's it called? Ratcatcher 2, and Nina Service Specters are almost the same. Oh, I'm sad. They're born with like a unsatisfying shit. That loved him. That died. She's left alone, captured. That's basically the gist. But at the same time, it's like you just realize, oh shit, how long did Ratcatcher do that to say all of those 1 minute at most? And those are all used to develop characters because everyone heard about it.
Yes, yeah, that's another good point. I mean, that's really the issue with, since we're at the end of the flashback section, 2 hours into this video. To be honest, like this is the stuff that they put more effort into, so it's like that's kind of why it's long. The main plot doesn't really have that much.
No, don't worry.
Talk about.
We can just talk about the main plot shit right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, but like that's ultimately it. I mean, Nina has like the biggest chip on her shoulder because like she hasn't like done anything that was worth being on the team. And it's like, oh, but then they were trying to gas her up. It's like you're the most important monster. I mean, at least like there's a lampshade, but like, did it sound like I gave a shit from Dr. Phosphorus? And then yeah, she dies because the weasel decided to simp.
Of Alana.
For Alana.
And then, and by the way, how does that happen? Because Alana just like, yeah, I want to go for a swim. I was like, you got a target on your back.
And yeah, I need to go and swim today.
And then it's like, why? I was like, oh, you see, I can't show my nation that I'm feared. For who? No one's gonna see you swim.
And then none of her guards are like watching, because like she's like threatened to be killed, so nobody's keeping an eye on her. So like these guys are like literally like tossing and turning in the water when the weasel's like coming in. They don't notice that something is wrong with the princess's area until like the blood starts coming out of the river.
And
it's like, why would you do it that way? And like,
yeah,
what are your guards doing? They're not keeping an eye on like you're almost getting killed. She poses for a long time. Maybe she doesn't have the watch.
It's like, oh,
it's true.
She goes for a swim. It's like, oh no, what should I do? You just get her in the water. It's like, oh, I have a better idea. Just shoot her. You have a gun.
Yeah. So basically, that's the backstories. And so, what did Nina's story contribute to her main plot?
Absolutely fuck all.
Yeah, just feel bad that she used to be a monster, and like she's getting propped up to like you got to kill the girl, and she's about to do it, and then she gets killed instead. Man, that's
I see that coming from a mile away. Fuck you.
Yeah, the one character who didn't do anything tries to do something and she dies for it. And then I saw this fucking tweet of like somebody saying, yeah, that's like she didn't do anything. Yeah, that's the point. She was put on this team when she didn't have to be there. That's the monster. Like that's the thing that like keeps you that like Waller put her out there like so Waller put her out there to die. Is that what you're trying to say? That's a stupid thing. Waller has an arsenal of other people that she could be using, but she picked Nina. Cue Princess Remy. Yeah.
I mean, remember these TSS is canon, so you have to remember how much things she has.
Yeah. Look, man, I animal, vegetable, mineral man could have been cool. Just use him.
No, everyone loves fucking Peacemaker and Bloodsport after just one movie and one show.
People love these characters. I just don't understand why. She's not even scuba diving, where she'd be completely submerged. She is very visible on the surface. Bride could have shot her easily. Yeah, that's really the thing. It's like the only thing I could give for the shot part is that, like, well, I guess that will zero in on the location is the one thing. But the other thing too is like the fact that the princess's guards are like so far away from them for some reason. Like while she's getting attempted, like they still don't even notice until
my god,
they run into the water.
I'm gonna be honest. If it took her 20 bullets to hit her, that would still be mud. She still has time to escape.
Yeah, but you see, I need to get to the characters that I really want to hate on. So why don't we go to the main plot? So yeah, that was the whole flashback section. Let's talk about the main plot. So we last left off where Cersei, the Wonder Woman's adversary.
No, you got it wrong. She's the magical plot device.
Yeah, Gunn says that himself. Oh, she was there to like show a magical thing, and then she served that purpose for the plot.
And then you just realize, oh
cannot.
shit, she had just do that the entire time last episode.
Last episode, or
I mean, if you accept Gunn's bullshit, she can't do anything with her hands
use
untied.
another character, man. Use another character. There is no fucking reason to use Cersei out of. You could have used Tala. You could have used Queen of Fables. I've been recommending Queen of Fables a lot because Queen of Fables has like a power where she can control monsters, creatures. Like that's one of her powers. Like that could have been an interesting thing to see, having a team go up against Queen of Fables, something like that. And like people know Queen of Fables a little bit from the Harley Quinn show, so it's like it's kind of a fair thing to put her in the show. Cersei is just like, okay, I just needed my Themyscira references. I need my Wonder Woman references, and that's all she really serves as. And then, yeah. So yeah, she gets decked by Weasel, and again, his Gunn's logic is that, well, you see, Weasel was like too fast for her.
I mean, if I accept her logic, I'll be like, just do the mind shit. Just show all of them the backstory. Right now.
Or just kill Alana. Why are you monologuing? And no, I can't accept like Cersei needs to be the one to kill her, like maybe like on a Lord Voldemort versus Harry Potter thing. Like he needs to be the one to kill. He doesn't want the Death Eaters to kill Harry or anything like that. She doesn't have that. She literally tasks her men, the Sons of Themyscira. You kill her. Anybody can kill her. I just want her dead. That's it. Like, so there's no like justification as to like why Alana is like getting all this sweet time for. Sly dog, you caught me monologuing. Yeah, so come on. Didn't we learn from this bullshit from Incredibles? But so yeah, so she has no rule on like who can be the killer. Like anybody can kill her, just kill her. That's all she wants. But then no, so Cersei is like, nah, like I need to explain to you that I want you to die. So kill her. If you want her to die, why are you telling her that you want to kill her?
Don't worry, even good movies stuff like that shitty issue. I'm gonna kill you. Like just kill her.
Yeah.
And then there's
it's like Weasel is too quick for Cersei. Her adversary is Wonder Woman. Are you telling me that she's not fast enough for Cersei? But we'll get off that. She gets her face burned, and like he also says that she can't use she needs to use her hands to do magic, and she was preoccupied by that. And then she's the one who says, "You doom the world." And she's on her hands and knees, so like her hands are free. Nobody's holding on to them, and you see, doesn't use her hands at any point there. And then that's how that episode ends.
Let's just talk about the next one. Holy shit.
The pool is made by the same team behind Mando Season 3's infamous pool.
Jesus. Oh, right.
Episode 4. That mainly was, well, first off, we have the episode, the episode starts off with Rick and Alana kissing, showing that they were really in love with each other. You see, like, I totally believe they're a relationship. That one day of fucking was a lot. And you see, this is going to be very important for something that's Alana's plan. So just remember that.
Yeah.
So yeah, they managed to take. So Alana does say, like, why don't you just kill Cersei now? We're heroes. We don't do that. Don't you guys kill people all the time? No, it's different. Cersei is a named character from the comics. We can't just kill her. So yeah, that's the logic essentially. Yeah, and then they have to do this whole like Rick Flag Sr., the Boy Scout kind of a character, the Boy Scout who can easily get corrupted by pussy.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So
They just finished this. Okay, to be honest, we could just summarize the entire Princess Ilana as a character. And Rick as a character. I mean, I'm gonna be honest there. There's not much to go for. But yeah, it just.
So when they do go back to America, they have Cersei in bonds and all that stuff. Her face is still burned from the phosphorus hand on her face and all that stuff. So she looks pathetic, and all that as usual. And so she has a conversation with Waller. Waller is asked, "Why are you? What am I being charged with for first degree of witchy poo and second degree of maleficent?"
I don't know, murder. That would be.
It's like Waller never talked like this.
I mean, I don't care. It's like if it was Cersei, I was like, what I charged was like, I don't know, murder. Murder is a pretty big crime. That's a good one.
Yeah. So the thing is here that, so they go into like a whole reasoning thing as to why did you want to kill the princess? I had a vision. I can show you that vision. Can you trust Cersei? Like whatever she says, like she might be playing a trick on you or anything like that. Yeah. And all. Yeah. I'll get back to your comment later. So Waller decides to believe her because we have a short runtime and we don't have any time for her to gain interest.
The first thing he did, she's like, oh, she found a fucking quote unquote expert of Themyscira to help.
That's after she saw the vision.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, she goes inside. She just wanted to show that she has no fear of Cersei, kind of a thing. So she sees the vision, and it shows like that wonderful flashback of flash forward in the future where Alana, with a scar on her face, is working with the monkeys, Gorilla Grodd, and and then you see all the glorious dead DC cameos there. As Gunn says, he doesn't do cameos unless they serve for the plot. But yeah, so this terrifies Waller. She felt like it was all real. They were trying to say like, oh, maybe that wasn't real. Like maybe she's just doing something in your head. No, it felt real. Then they called a professor of expert McPherson, who apparently has studied Themysciran
I broke that down already.
For a decade. We talked about that. And
that's
she says, yeah, because apparently Cersei predicted that a tsunami was going to happen. Some people believed her, some people didn't. The people that believed her left the island and they survived, but the people who stayed on the island, they died. So her clairvoyance is real and all that stuff. So this is where Waller changes the directive that we need to kill Alana to stop this future from happening. Rick is having a conversation as to like, is it right to kill somebody for a thing that didn't?
Good question.
That hasn't happened yet, and that's a fair question to ask. However, his reasonings go into, well, I don't know if fucking the enemy is a good way to source your reasonings, and like that's kind of where Rick lines up with at the end. Is because he's eventually saying like, I know her; she would never do something like that. You met her for 3 days.
Yeah. I was like, oh my god, because he actually has a point. It's like, oh fuck, he can't have a point.
Yeah, so that pussy was real tight on his old penis, so he lost. He was a decorated general military man for decades, so I guess he's easily corruptible. I mean, his son is better. How did that happen?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, his son also got corrupted with fucking Cara Delevingne in the first film.
Hey, that's a bit fair, at the very least.
Oh, to be fair, they say this because he's been watching each other, and he's gotta be they grow closer to each other for an unspecified amount of time.
Yeah, but it's a little bit more fair on that side. She is an enchantress after all. Unlike Alana, who vaguely has powers or not, we'll never know.
Oh, don't worry.
We'll get to that.
I call it General. Don't worry, General Snow. I mean, sorry, Princess and Alana. We have so much to talk about.
Yeah. Yeah. So Rick is such an easy character to define. He's solely there just to remind us of a few things that happened in the DCU, just to kind of let us know, like, oh, these are some of the things that are canon. I used to have a son. He died. And I'm in the military. Oh, we shouldn't fuck. That's unprofessional. Now we fucked. I can go against all of my morals now. So yeah, that's basically his character. So let's finish the Rick stuff. So Rick does.
By the way, that there's actually a movie that explore about should we kill someone who hasn't done anything in the future. It's called Deadpool 2. You fucking shitheads. I watched that film.
Yes.
Deadpool 2. That movie that is like also R-rated, mature, love dick jokes, cock jokes, boobs, blood, and that fucking film actually takes the time to explore shit. It's wrong to kill someone and if they have for crimes they haven't done yet. They haven't committed yet.
Yeah. That's good. That's a good reference. Yeah. So that's mainly it. On Rick's. Let's finish the Rick side because I feel like because they separate the plot like so much that like they don't even clash with the main story. So Rick eventually goes out, and then he's interrupted by. So he's going to see McPherson's house.
No, Eric Frankenstein fucking beats him first. Because
they have a fight.
You heard the reason because she looks at him like this.
Like with love in his eyes or something like that.
Basically he has intelligence of a goldfish.
But he's also super eloquent. His intelligence is kind of weird. He like knows all these like movie references and like love movie references, and like he's able to quote like because it's the Mary Shelley Frankenstein. So Mary Shelley's Frankenstein is like very well spoken, not like the I don't know what this is. Like he doesn't talk like that. So I understand that, but then he also can't understand social cues. So yeah.
I mean, don't worry. This guy is so stupid. He's like, oh, she must be in love with me. But my God, she's been killing you. She's trying to kill you for 200 years. I was like, oh, but you see, she can't get. She needs woman. I was like, dude, the first thing you introduce him, he's still on the boat with a lot of woman. You're fucking kidding.
So it's a shtick of the character that he has faith that she'll love him one day. I can like accept it for what it is. For right now, at least, I hate how he's characterized, as I keep saying again and again, because that's not how he is in the comics. But yeah, then he has a fight with Rick. Rick somehow beats him because like apparently like I mean they go in a fight and like he does get ragdolled a bit, but he's fine because he puts a gun towards Frankenstein's eye. It's like, so this part can't be bulletproof, right?
No, don't worry. His entire body is not bulletproof according to episode 7.
And this is where I lost my fucking mind on that part, because like, so the way Rick beats Frankenstein is by pointing a gun like into Frankenstein's eye and saying like, this would be the thing that would kill you then, and then that's what gets him to stop. So it's like Bride is a Frankenstein too. So I mean, she also shoots him in the head, but like, I guess she didn't shoot him in the eye, which would have killed him. Or it's like he doesn't even know, can he die or can he live? And he assumes that he can die, just nobody has ever tried it. I mean, that's very lucky, but...
Don't worry, that's gotta be retcon later.
Yeah, so they decide to team up. Rick has to explain that I'm not in love with the bride. She's not my type or anything like that. But it's like I do need some help with this thing, and then I could maybe help you talk to the bride, because he really wants to talk to the bride and all this stuff. So Frankenstein reluctantly agrees and all that stuff. So they pretty much end up working together. They try going to the college of where McPherson works. And there's this scene of this woman, McPherson, but she's like talking to this college girl, like with a lot of like sex in front of all of the students, and like that's not weird to anybody. Like human resources, like what the fuck is going on? So this is their way of showing that this is not McPherson. That's not how she would act. There's something up with her. It wasn't funny. It was.
Yeah.
I just looked at it and cringed. It's like no student would like see a teacher like flirt with a student that hard and like expect like this is a normal thing. That's just dumb. I mean, I was in college like 2-3 years ago, so maybe I don't know what the game is like. I don't know about you, Unity.
Oh, I was in college, you fuck.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, do you think like a professor flirting with a student openly in front of everybody is a great idea or not?
No.
No. Yeah, so this is where they decide that there's something wrong with her. Maybe we should go to her house and see like what we can look up, kind of a thing. There's like a brief thing of realization that there are kids looking at Frankenstein and they find him weird. Like they find him scary. It's like, wow, this is the only time where some people are scared of the monster. Wow, that's great. Yeah, so they go to the house and then they find. So they're looking around, and she has a call with. So Rick has been trying to call like Alana this whole time, but he keeps getting ghosted by some. Basically, he keeps getting ghosted by like because like he keeps calling the people who can't speak English, which is then weird because like then she has like this one person, this one knight who can speak English, who isn't like the what's up guy. So I thought that was a weird thing to have, but yeah, so that's just what's delaying like why Rick isn't able to call her to like something bad might happen, try to go to shelter, all that stuff. And so then they go upstairs and they realize that McPherson is dead. And that's confusing. What's going on? That doesn't make sense. McPherson was just here with Cersei the other day. So they decide to wait. Well, they didn't decide to wait, so the door just like got rung open and like all that, and McPherson walks in. Wait, this is getting kind of weird. And yeah, so McPherson goes to play Xbox, and then all of a sudden McPherson turns into Glup Shido. Clayface, yeah. Clayface, the Batman villain that everybody has been crying for. Please, I want to see this guy in live action. I don't care if he's characterized good or not. I just want to see my Glup Shido. And I love Clayface, by the way. I don't mean to call him a Glup Shido, but he literally is one of those characters. Because like ultimately, all he is just a point for people to gas up. Oh my God, they showed Clayface, finally Fantastical Batman is canon. Which whenever people say that, is like, people just want to see Fantastical Batman. They don't care if the writing is good or bad or anything. They just want to see these crazy, outlandish villains, and that's all they want. That's all they want. No care for the story. Because like ultimately, Clayface does sense that Flag and Frankenstein are trying to leave the house. They get in a fight. Clayface does the Bane backbreaker to Rick Flag. Interesting choice there. And then Frankenstein almost like kills. So Frankenstein takes the electrical socket and then he puts it into Clayface's head to blow it up.
No,
and,
he's dead, by the way. Fuck.
So he's dead according to the last episode. So yeah, there's 7, 8 Clayfaces in the comics, but yeah, Clayface introduced and died in the one
maybe
episode.
Maybe he just Clayface number 7.
Maybe he comes back. Maybe he comes back later in the show.
I mean, he's gotta be arrested because Amanda Waller walked in.
Yeah, so you see, the idea here is that Clayface being here for McPherson should give the idea that, oh my God, Cersei got McPherson to testify that her vision is right, even though it could probably be wrong. So I need to call Alana and say, get out of there. Somebody's going to kill you and you don't deserve to die. Or like call Waller. Doesn't try to do that. Or I guess he did try, but then obviously the convenience of the gets hurt and gets his back broken where he almost dies. So he can't. It delays the news. The problem with this scene in particular, outside of like the fact that okay, so Clayface can ragdoll Rick Flag and he's getting injured, but Frankenstein could do that and Rick Flag is fine. That's kind of the power scaling, but whatever. But my issue here is that so this is the twist, the second twist in the last episode. Should we talk about that now?
Sure. To be honest, there's a lot to talk about. To be honest, I'd rather just say the twist and just like, okay, here's how it doesn't make any sense. If I was gonna talk about it.
Do you want to?
Sure. Fuck it.
Yeah. So you see, it turns out that Alana actually was working with Clayface. Alana the Pokolistan, who just opened up the borders to America and the world and all that stuff. She is friends with Gotham supervillain Clayface.
To be fair, he's never mentioned to be in Gotham.
I guess. I mean, this episode took place in New Orleans, which is not where Gotham is. But yeah. Still, it's like, wow, this original character made by James Gunn is friends with this DC popular Batman villain, and that's convenient. So you see, the reason why that she sends Clayface over to America is that she wants Clayface to know what is it that Cersei knows. It's like, why is Cersei trying to kill me? And it's because of this kind of backstory as to.
I'm gonna be honest here. Why do you want to kill you? It's like you want to destroy the world. That's like a pretty good reason.
Yeah, but you see, so here's my thing. So Clayface turns into McPherson, so that she can be like that kind of voice as the oh yeah, Cersei's saying the truth, and all this. So here's the thing that we didn't really understood after the first time of watching it, because like the second time is like it's a triple twist, so it's like it's really stupid. But it's trying to act like it's smart. So basically, McPherson, who says like this is real, like what Cersei said was real, that was the real McPherson. Like she actually was the one who said it. She goes back home, and then Clayface kills McPherson, and then Clayface takes over McPherson's life so that he can act weird, and then hopefully that some man that fucked his princess very good, like so good that like he is willing to give up his morals and his integrity for the country for her. And luckily, Rick Flag exists. So Rick Flag is that person that they were looking for.
Yeah. I mean, and it's lucky that this what's it called? Fuck, this Amazon scientist like professor lives like this close to the prison or Rick Flag's house. Well,
I'm not really sure because like the geography of like they haven't really described the geography of like Belle Reve and where McPherson lives. I think both are in New Orleans, yeah.
And then the fact that there's like, okay, by the way, who do you think that Amanda Waller's gonna hire? This McPherson guy.
Yes,
she can just hire a lot of other people. You fuck.
Yeah, but you see, like McPherson is like the Themysciran expert. There could be more than one Themysciran expert, but okay.
I was like, yeah.
Okay, so like this is how they decide to do it. So now that we know that Clayface works for Alana, now that we know that they were really relying on Rick Flag to see that McPherson was a fake, quote unquote, so that he could maybe call Waller and say that, wait, Cersei is lying, don't kill the princess. So why, on God's green earth, would you have Clayface try to kill Rick Flag? You are delaying the inevitable of somebody trying to kill Ilana, and by breaking Rick's back, you are preventing him from actually saying it because he's in a coma for a few days. So that's just. So that's the problem. Is like Alana's plan relies on Rick being such a good simp boy for her that like he can like give up everything for her.
No, there's
But
two.
the chance that he can like say this is what happened is like no. It's like
There's a
let's
lot
like
of
put him in a
problem.
coma, and so that puts me in more of a risk that I could die. When this guy could say that Cersei, because the thing is like Waller doesn't need that much convincing. Waller doesn't need that much convincing. Is like because like once like Rick comes to and he's able to talk again, and she asks like what happened. Cersei, McPherson, Clayface, like that's all he can say. But like that connected enough dots for her that like oh McPherson was a fake by Clayface. That damn witch, all that stuff, you know.
Yeah.
I got bamboozled by that damn witch.
I
So
mean, to be honest, there's a lot of things wrong with this. Like, for
go ahead.
example, if you got a spy, you don't need Rick Flag to call her to alert you for a problem. All you need, hear me out, is to
Good
not
evening, Burger.
good evening. All you need is not allow the creature commander to land again. Just say that, oh, I'm in vacation. I'm in a deep secret mission. I'm talking to boring landlords.
Put a different team. They already know who this team is. Put a different team, and then you have a chance of like overwhelming Ilana because she's expecting people that she hasn't met before. Why did you have to put like members that she's seen before? Why did you do that? That makes no sense.
Oh yeah, that's a fucking problem. I have no idea.
And this is the other problem too. Is like this, like there is no justification as to like why this can't be a regular Spec Ops team. There's like their powers really don't really mean that much, because like there's no incentive of like the monsters. Like first off, Rick Flag was there originally to keep the monsters in check, but now she's sending back the team to go kill her, and Rick Flag doesn't want to do it. So instead of getting another human to take place of Rick, she just makes the bride in charge of this team. The bride is not going to question like, okay, I got to kill the princess, fine. But it's like, wow, so you guys are just so open to like getting out of prison, and like you have the chance to like free the world, like because Waller's not keeping an eye on them. Waller is not like, oh, if you guys are out of line, I'll shock you or blow your brains out, because you can't do that anymore. But the shocking brain thing only happens in episode 1. It doesn't happen ever again. And yeah, it's just a bunch of blind faith that like these teams of monsters are just gonna go and kill Ilana for her, like no questions asked. That's just really stupid. And nobody talks about that either.
Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry, Burger. We haven't talked about General's Supreme Leader Snoke. I'm sorry. I mean, Princess Alana. Totally not her. Totally not him. Princess Alana's big reveal at the end.
That we could save for later, but I still find it completely crazy that like her entire plan hinges on the fact that Rick was so into the pussy that like he can like give up everything. That's everything that relies on for
Don't
her
worry.
plan to work. And then it's like Clayface has the opportunity to just let Rick talk to Wallace, saying like Cersei was a liar. Isn't that what you want? You want Cersei to be the liar, pin it all on Cersei? Why are you trying to kill him?
I mean, and the fact that you don't even need Rick Flag to just like, oh, you're in danger, Lois. Like, dude, you have a fucking spy in your team. You don't even need him. Just you already know that you're in danger, or the spy can tell you that.
Yeah, it's like you have the spy. You also have Clayface himself can like shapeshift into another trustworthy person that can talk to Waller and all that stuff, and like all that stuff. It's like,
oh, don't worry. To be fair, after Peacemaker, I can understand why they don't, but they never verbally explained.
yeah.
I mean, because to clarify, Peacemaker's setting is about people getting possessed by shape-shifting, but not shape-shifting butterflies. So I can kind of guess that Waller is like, yeah, increase security if someone is shape-shift.
No,
but they never.
Yeah.
But they never said that.
Yeah. No, the simping is really bad. Like, I don't like throwing simp out like crazy, but like, it really is like they had sex for 1 day out of 3 days they met, and then he goes back and like the girl is getting accused of like being this person is going to be a terrorist who like takes over the world with Gorilla Grodd, and then he's like, but I know her, she would never do something like that. Again, 1 day out of 3 days they had sex, so it's like
No, because Rick Flag kind of just like, oh, should we just like, oh, we shouldn't kill people based on something they could do in the future.
old reference, but squirrels in my pants. S to the I to the M to the P.
No, sorry, we
I
should make
still
another
can't believe
reference.
Innocent Verb got away with it.
Oh, don't worry, they actually have I have another reference. Even if there's a 1% chance, we have to make it an absolute certainty.
I think they kind of said that too.
Yeah. See how bullshit that logic is? I mean, but usually we don't have that scene. It was like, dude, there's literally a scene in VVS of Future Flash telling Batman that Superman's gonna destroy the world. You're kidding me? That's literally the same thing they did in BVS.
I'm just saying, like, again, I don't think Gunn is on the level of like Snyder and all that stuff. But like the thing is, like, there is a lot of shit in the show that like if Snyder did this, like he would get criticized and he gets a pass because it's the James Gunn. Like the biggest one was the cameo porn of all the dead DC heroes because it's a future, it's a scene set in the future, a dark future, but like whatever.
Yeah, let's just continue.
Let's continue. That's kind of the end of like the Rick Flag stuff. The Alana stuff will kind of go into like towards the end of the show, so I'm gonna save that.
Frankenstein stuff. Fuck.
Frankenstein is really just like he wants to go. So he does send Rick Flag to the hospital, since he survives the Clayface attack, and so the monsters the nurses, they say like this green monster thing just like dropped him off and put him in the ICU as like a Frankenstein. He's been chasing after the bride for years and all this stuff. It's like, so it almost has like these weird exposition lines like throughout these episodes. It's really annoying. But so yeah, that's basically there. And then Frankenstein, he goes into like a private jet and he kills like everybody on the board. And like this is like the scene where I did kind of like, because like I only liked it from a performance standpoint. Because like David is like saying the lines like so calmly and quietly as like the person is like looking in the cabin as to to see like what's going on with the guests and they're all dead and all that stuff. So I liked it from a performance standpoint, but that's it.
You can just cut out the Frankenstein shit and nothing will change.
Yes, and that's ultimately it. It's like Frankenstein spends all this time like chasing after the bride. He has some interactions with Rick, and I guess he's the only thing relevant as to he kills Clayface and he is able to get Rick to the hospital. I mean, I didn't care if Rick survived or not. I didn't like that character, but of course he survives. But Frankenstein ultimately does serve no purpose for the plot, because when he does see Bride again, my love, and yeah, and then he falls down. Rick Flag, save it for hell, you stalker son of a bitch.
Don't worry. By the way,
what a badass.
By the way, he shot him in the body and all the body, and he just done.
He falls down. Well, I'll give him that.
But then the bullet pierced through him.
Oh, they did pierce through him. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like maybe she shot him in the eye. That would be the thing that kills him. But like I guess she did shoot him in the head, and he stopped moving. But no, he's alive. He's in the mid-credit scene.
I mean, all you can do is just shoot. I mean, all you have to do is just shoot him in the eye. It's like that's his pay. At least that would be a payoff of some kind.
Yeah, but you see, we need Bride to be like, killing your stalker is like a great message and all that stuff. And you see, like this is like the Bride. Okay, so that kind of goes into my issues with the Bride's good quote unquote moments, is because like she does like these kills of like, oh, she kills like a sex predator, she kills a stalker and all that stuff. It's like, and that's supposed to be treated as great. Yeah, it's like I don't really. So a badass woman doing a badass thing is like not really interesting. I'm gonna be honest.
No, to be honest, we can just go back to the main plots of quote unquote main part now.
Yeah. So the team they go well when they go back. Some of the monsters like Nina, Bride, and Phosphorus and Weasel. They kind of miss being out in the freedom and all that stuff. But Nina gets like bullied by Nocturna, the vampire lady, and Congrilla. Who Congrilla is a superhero in the DC Comics. He's older than Wonder Woman, yet James Gunn made him a villain for some reason. And then after that, it's like after bullying Nina, then Bride like decks him and like kills him with a lunch tray. So yeah, and then so then Economist comes in and is like, oh yeah, I know, back in the hole. It's like, no, we want you on this task. Waller wants you, and yeah, they go fly out to Pokolistan to kill the princess. No questions asked.
Yeah.
And so they go back there. Okay, so there's a mix of things here. So eventually, they do land in the when they land at Pokolistan. The Wazab dude is like very friendly with them because he expected it to be a friendly encounter. During a little bit later in the episode, Alana does get to learn that she's going to be assassinated by creature commandos, and be on alert for that. And then Alana does call the Wazab dude and like tells him that there's an assassination attempt. So he starts driving like weirdly, saying, "Oh, I was just taking a shortcut," all this stuff. The city is like very deserted, so it's like clearly something is up. And then you see like he does stop the car at one point, and he points a gun at Bride. So like you see, and then before he can even get anything out, Dr. Phosphorus just punches through and explodes his head. So yeah, that side character we were following for a few times, he's dead. And then they basically have a fight with the Amethyst Knights. I was annoyed because Alana looks so much like Amethyst, the DC
To be honest,
character, but she's
that's
not
what I
Amethyst.
think. I was like, oh, I thought she's gonna be Amethyst.
Yeah, and Amethyst is a superhero, so there's that. But then again, so is Nina and Frankenstein and Bride and Congrilla and all of them. But what do I know? I guess. But yeah, that was not a reveal. But yeah, the Amethyst Knights, basically her knights in shining armor that can fly like Iron Man. They're fighting the creatures. The creatures are, mollywopping them as usual. They kill all of them, but then all of a sudden, cop cars ring and they decide to run. So it's like, so you can kill the military guards for the princess, but when police officers show up, you need to run away. Why?
It split up.
They need to set up the split up episode to act like this friend group is like really attached, and now that we need to see them separated. What is it like to be separated? That kind of plot.
No.
Yeah. So Nina and Bride are together, but then Weasel goes off on his own in the woods. Phosphorus is going off like on a different side on his own.
We covered the phosphorus shit already. Also, yeah, and then we just summarized the Weasel stuff. He just hang out with wolves.
The Weasel just hangs out with wolves. They were doing like a setup of like, oh, they're gonna do scrap for the dominance thing, but then he plays fetch with them, and then he becomes friends. Then he falls asleep, and then he wakes. Then he has a dream of seeing that little girl, that blonde girl with purple shirt. And then all of a sudden he starts thinking, wait, I know another blonde girl with purple shirt, the princess. And then Weasel looks at the castle longingly and sadly. So Weasel understands English, for starters. He understands the concept of like, I see blonde girl with purple shirt. I think blonde girl with purple shirt. So Weasel is another simp, just in a different way. And when I saw that, I actually paused the episode and I went out in the snow, just stood there for like a minute. I needed like the cold air. Like
What?
I could not believe that this guy wrote that, and it's treated like cinema.
Who wrote? I don't know. This is.
They're
I
all
mean, if
done.
you want, if you cover the name of the,
Hmm.
to be honest, if you cover the show and I was like, probably this who's wrote this was like, probably I don't know, J.J. Abrams, I guess. Ryan Johnson. I was like, oh, James Gunn,
No, it's
seriously?
James Word Gunn.
Yeah. Okay, that was fast. Now let's talk about the brothel shit.
Yeah, so the thing is, Bride and Nina, they end up going into like a door. That door happens to be a brothel. So there's
And
this,
those strippers just decide to help them because reasons, by the way.
yeah, it's like I could be okay with that. It's just wow, very convenient locations and stuff like that. And you see, like they have. So she's like, just the Amethyst guards are there. Like, just tell them that you don't know who we are. It's like, don't say anybody came here, or else I'll blow her brains out. So it's like, so they comply. They tell the Amethyst Knights, like, this is my brothel. Everybody's welcome, but there's nobody here. And like, there's the one girl, like, like, I need you to come back sometime. Take advantage. Casual sex worker stock. So
Yeah.
then, they have a little bit of conversation, like, oh, like, we're gonna lay low here for a bit, so that just in case, so that nobody's tracking us or anything like that. Okay. And then suddenly, and there's a bit of a conversation, like in terms of like, oh, you monsters would like to join us, like there are people who would be interested in your weirdness, kind of a thing. I mean, obviously they're not feeling super comfortable about it. So the thing is, like, they're kind of touching at Bride's like personality. Like, you're like opening up. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. It's like I'm not really seeing that
No,
myself, but
I don't even know what's like. She just like, I'm a cunt. I'm a cunt. I'm a bitch.
she says it a lot in this episode. And then all of a sudden, there's these two assholes. Two assholes. There's always those assholes in the sex brothel.
No,
So
don't worry. Yeah. It just
they come
the
in.
timing.
They come in and they kind of the regular customers, and they have this girl, and they take her up, and a lot of beating, and I said do this, I don't want to, that kind of stuff, and yeah, so Bride comes up, and obviously mad as what's going on. Well, first Nina actually goes up, and she's the one who tries to stand up for the sex worker, and she hits him, leave her alone, all that stuff. This is like the bravest thing Nina has done so far.
Yeah.
But like obviously she's not that strong, so she does get like pushed over and all that stuff. Then Bride comes in, and so the first thing she does is like pretty much blows out the head of the other guy, and then she has a fight with this guy who turns out to have lightning powers, so he's a metahuman. Great metahumans. So I thought he was Maxi Zeus at first, because Maxi Zeus is a metahuman who can have lightning powers. He's a Batman villain, though. That's why I was confused. Like, but it's not.
Don't worry,
him.
it's just original character. That's whatever.
Yeah. So you see, then she basically just punches him through the heart, pulls it out, and then like it's like a Mortal Kombat fatality. It's like pulls out the heart, crushes it, and then once the crush happens, then he dies. It's like I guess.
I mean that's it. I mean all this.
And-
I mean that. Yeah,
Mm.
that's all that got. I mean we got like lines like, oh, you see, other people become sex workers. You know, they don't have a choice.
Yeah. So you see, now this was another conversation point from women on Twitter, which I will say, like, I do understand like some points of view. Like there are gun women characters that are not really the best written overall. And I don't want to go too heavy into that topic in particular, but like this was an example of like, oh, it's like you saw like a person kill a sexual abuser. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that good character development, or isn't that like good like
No, fuck that shit. Let's just talk about how sex workers work first. Okay, people have different reasons to be sex workers.
Mhm.
That's all you need to say. Google it. Why do people become sex workers? Some people just like, I want money. I just want to express my sexual desires. That's it. And it's like, oh, I'm just gonna be like, oh, I'm just poverty. I don't have a choice. Like, no. There's a lot. There's a lot of other reasons. You just string it to one.
And like I understand contrivances can happen for the sake of a story. That's totally fair. But you have to like first understand like they end up in a brothel, and this day is the day where a metahuman comes in and beats the shit out of a woman and has Bride go and kill that guy for being a horrible piece of shit. Again, it's like, which again we have this whole sense of like these kinds of people deserve it and all that stuff. I understand like things are bad and all that stuff, but like killing other character, like killing people strictly for what they're doing, is like at that point it's like, where's the characterization? It's just like, oh, they killed a person. Wow, you could spin it the same way. Is that really interesting? Not really.
No. I mean,
But yeah,
we can spend time on character development and fight scene.
yeah. I mean, the only thing of note really is that Nina. This is the first thing that Nina does that's actually like kind of brave. Like she slaps him, kind of a thing. Like hits him and then get away from her. That's like the bravest thing she's done. It's not a lot. It's like it's basic storytelling, but like that was something. That was a characterization moment for Nina. But that's it. It all goes to Bride. Bride, the badass who does a badass thing. Cool. And then like obviously it ends with like Nina's like, oh, you're softening up. Oh, I'm not. Shut the fuck up. That kind of thing. What can I say really? And then we talked about Dr. Phosphorus pretty much. His story, his backstory pretty much is like what happened for the present day. So yeah. So that's the split up episode, and then they all at the end of the episode they all band together heading towards the castle. The castle's huge as fuck, by the way, so like somehow they all end up in the same road path to the castle rather than being on different sides of the castle or something like that. That's a nitpick too, but like I just thought it was funny. They're acting like they were all like banding together after being separated for a long time. It's like, no, that's not what happened.
Nope. And to be honest, that's episode 7. We should just talk about episode 8.
That was 6. Now we're going to 7. Yeah, 7 is the last one.
7. So my first question: how did they know that's the security room?
They just know.
Yeah, and but I was like, oh, how do you sneak past them?
They just do.
Okay. How did they climb up this massive building?
They just do.
Even in a Zurich, the person who can't do shit.
I guess she just remember she went down the stairs like super fast somehow.
Yeah.
Maybe she just went up the stairs super fast, and nobody caught her.
Right.
Yeah. So it basically just so they have a bit of a conversation as to like, so why are we trying to kill the princess again? Because Cersei said that that type of exposition. Like every single episode has this kind of lines like written like where they have to explain what happened in the previous episodes weeks ago or like a few days ago or something like that. Like you have to like recap like, wait, so why is this happening again? Can somebody tell me again? Don't you remember? It's because of this. It's like this happens like it happens like maybe 3 times per episode. That was one example. And then yeah, so they do know. So I was under the impression that maybe they want her to kill like Alana, but they don't know why. They're just not questioning it or anything like that. But then the bride says because Cersei had like a vision showing that she's going to be evil in the future, and we need to stop World War III from happening. So you do know. So you do know what happened. So why are we acting like we don't know?
I was like, okay, should any other character just question more after hearing this?
Why are we trusting Cersei? Because we do. Everybody puts so much faith in this McPherson character. She said like she proved that clairvoyance was real. Oh yeah, by the way, that was another thing. Like Waller just doesn't know what clairvoyance is. Like, can you explain to me what that is? Like, I know like it's for the sake of audiences who don't know like what that means. Maybe.
No,
but,
I can Google it. Don't worry.
It's just rules for babies, basically.
Yeah.
It's just basically like seeing the future kind of a thing. Yeah, but you see, as they're looking through first off, they're looking through the security cameras to see like what is a good opening to see where to like get to the princess without any guards in the way or anything like that, or as least guards as possible. And then so she backs up like time. So first off, you're trying to look at cameras to see like where's the princess currently and all that stuff. So why are you like looking back in the past? Like I guess like maybe to show like, oh, these are some hours like where the princess is alone, and like we'll just wait for those hours. Fair. But then we come across a particular image that, wait, who the fuck is that? And it's a picture of it's a blurry picture of Alana talking to somebody. It's blurry on purpose because we're supposed to see what that picture actually was like in the third plot twist. Stupid.
But by the way, they shouldn't know who Cleave is. No one knows who Cleave is. And just because she's friends with Cleave doesn't mean shit.
My other thing is like, well, I will say that Alana being friends with Clayface is a bit of a questionable thing. Not just because like how is she friends with a Gotham villain is one, and then secondly it's just funny to me because like Dr. Foster's like, hey, who the fuck is that? The Gotham villain doesn't know who the Gotham villain is. Interesting.
Maybe he's not from Gotham.
He's from Gotham, man. There's no way. Gunn has been inaccurate on a lot of things, but he's not going to be inaccurate on that thing. But I will just say, I just found it funny. That's just it. And then, like, so, then this is where Frankenstein comes in. It's like, my love, and then shoots old flame of yours. Can a Ghost Rider? Oh my God, they referenced a Marvel character in a DC show.
So is Eternals. No, Eternals also reference Superman.
Yeah, but Gunn's a genius. Don't you understand?
Why? I mean,
anyway, so yeah, so we talked all about the kill to the Frankenstein. That wasn't really a kill. So they run off to the forest, and place is swarming because now there's a lot of bullets. And then we talked about Nina. She's saying like, "There's an assassination attempt. Go to your bunker." Oh, we did skip a few. Nina, keep calling her Nina. She's Alana. So Alana, we missed a few scenes of like her conversations with, like talking in Russian, like when she was talking to the about like learning about the betrayal and all this stuff, like how I don't know why Cersei wants to kill me. and all that stuff, or like, but then these guys are trying to kill me too, stuff like that. So like there is like some conversations from her that she's trying to talk about, and like she sounds like, this is crazy. I don't understand why is it that they're trying to kill me. If they're gonna expect a monster, they'll get a monster, kind of a thing. That was a horrible accent, but I don't know. It's like the thing is like it's still not enough to say that she has any characterization to begin with. Alana really was just like, let me fuck this old man, and that is my plan, and it works as a plan, to be fair. But outside of that, um, Alana also has a thing where she's like, I want to go swimming. Why do you want to go swimming? Because like, just because I'm gonna get killed, that doesn't mean like I can't get my swim in. Okay. Every time I see Alana, it's like I feel like it's an excuse to get some horny on the screen. That's
Yeah.
all I can think of. Like in her bathing suit, going up the stairs, all the ass shots, all the boob shots, all the slow motions to see her walking and all this stuff. That's all she's there for, really. The eye candy. I get it. Kind of. Not really. So she goes swimming, then the creatures are like looking at her. We also talked about how Waller eventually, luckily, Rick wakes up the day that they're about to kill the princess, and he's like saying that Cersei had Clayface pose as McPherson and all that stuff. And that's basically, so she's trying to call like the monsters, but like apparently she doesn't have the monsters don't have a phone or anything like that. So what she does is she calls Alana's cell phone, but obviously her guard picks it up. Hello, and then like so she's explaining to the person that they're trying to kill that, oh, can you put the bride on the line and all that stuff, like put the bride on the line, that kind of thing. And then then we also talked about like basically the climax, quote unquote, part. It's not really a climax, but like the first climax, because there's a second one, where they basically have the conversation like it's surrounded by guards. There's no way to get to her. You like Nina could do it. She has to go under the water and like kill her from there. This is
we
your
got
element. This is your
yeah.
like,
Don't worry, we break that down. We break that scene down. So we just have to be quick. You can just be quick about that one.
Yeah. So we talked about she dies. Alana only notices Nina after Weasel tries to run after her inside when Dr. Phosphorus tries to stop Weasel and all that stuff. So then when she kills Alana under the water, her eyes turn blue, but then that doesn't mean anything. Yeah, then the bride is in pain seeing seeing Nina's corpse, and then the guard just like goes up and like goes with the bride. Bride, it's for you.
Oh no! If only the bride has a phone.
And then Waller's like, we were wrong. That was your plot twist. Wow, Cersei was the one who set this all up. She wanted us to see like that the princess was evil, but like she actually had this master plan and all that stuff. I'm going to talk about Cersei at the end once we talk about. I also think it's a stylistic choice. I don't think it meant anything. I think it was blue because like Nina's eyes were blue and like kind of lighting up because like her fluorescent lights underwater. I think that can make sense, like as like it reflecting off of Alana's eyes. That was my thing. But yeah. So again, like I just found it funny because like Waller had to call the enemy that, yeah, can you give it to my person so I can tell them that that they were trying to kill your princess and that was wrong, and all that stuff is like, okay, I guess.
No,
then,
just call her. That's too hard, I guess.
I guess they don't have phones. Let's call the enemy. It's like, could you imagine, like,
Right. We seen
can you imagine,
the
like,
Suicide Squad. Fuck.
let Tony Stark call Loki? Loki, could you tell him to stop doing this thing for me, please? Thank you.
Oh
Yeah.
shit. It's,
Yeah. So then like the next shot is like where hilarious thing. Apparently, so Weasel bites Dr. Phosphorus's arm, and Dr. Phosphorus says that he broke it. This weasel muskrat looking thing was able to break the arm of a radioactive man. And he has burn marks on his lips, but like that's the extent of his injury. So
yeah, don't worry. This guy is not even bulletproof. So, oh wait, the Weasel is not even bulletproof. We've seen that. I have no idea how does that work.
yeah, but he's just strong enough to solo a Wonder Woman villain, and he can bite Dr. Phosphorus' hand and break it somehow.
Seriously, I need to see that. I just want to say, I hate animals. I want to kill them. Even the woman and the children.
And the children too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you see, even after all that, the assassination attempt, like, we tried to kill you, but then for some reason, they allow the creatures back in the castle, acting like we're all good now. We're all cool. We're homies now.
Right.
So it's like, what the fuck? And like and then like all the guards, like, they're praising Weasel, petting him like a dog. You saved the princess. We'll make a statue out of you. That kind of stuff. And then like Dr. Foster's like, this asshole gets our friend killed. Gets the fish. He gets the fish killed. He gets pampered, and I get my arm broken.
Oh, to be honest, that's like lampshading. Fuck. I was like, dude, I was like, in their perspective, I was like, you try to kill me for most of it, and then you kill a lot of my guards, and I almost died.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they killed a lot of Amethyst Knights, so it's like, I don't really understand. Like, so the princess allows like these guys to like just be in here just because, oh, Cersei said we were supposed to kill you and it was a misunderstanding. You still believed Cersei, or you still believed in something even if you were wrong, or you didn't try to look into it, or like anything of that sort. Like, you just went straight in and tried to kill me. No, but everything was fine. Okay. And then, so then the bride is like, I'll be right back. There's something bothering me right now. So she goes upstairs, and then she comes across Alana, who is all alone. Even after everything that's happened, even after everything that has been going on, Alana is all alone upstairs. None of her guards are anywhere nearby. And they both go inside her office. And there's this. So this reminded me of Percy Jackson, where they had Percy Jackson explain to Luke what was his master evil plan, and instead of letting Luke explain it himself. So Alana is like trying to do the whole like, oh, you guys are silly, all that stuff. You guys thought something was stupid, and the stupid didn't happen. Well, you see, I don't think Cersei was wrong. I think she was completely correct. A very funny monster, the title drop. And you see, basically, so this is a twist that's coming up, is that the bride is saying that I noticed back when, in episode 4, when we were talking outside of the convoy, that there was this guy looking over the fence at us, and he was kind of suspicious, a blonde guy. He seemed to be your guard. So what I think what happened is that you had this guard to hear basically what is it that Cersei is criticizing you for, and you want to essentially know what is it that what happened. But then you thought you could get away with it, but this meddling kids or this Clayface guy, I saw Clayface on the tapes. What is that? And then so the way I saw it is like, so you seduced Flag to get him on your side, and then after we captured Cersei, you suggested we kill her. So it's like, why would she not do that? After, like, so she's saying like you seduced Flag and you were trying to say like, oh, can you just kill Cersei? Like, why won't you kill her? That's like, that would have taken everything. But Flag, despite him being an old rube hung up on your charms, refused. So you sent one of your knights to spy on us. He must have seen McPherson visit Waller. Someone you know can back up Cersei's story. So first off, like, how would she know about McPherson's legacy and like what does she mean to Cersei and all this stuff? Like, how would you know that connection? But like, who the fuck cares? I guess. So you decide your only choice was to get your friend Clayface, complete convenient MacGuffin, to make it look like she wasn't who she was, even though she was who she was when he and Waller spoke. This is all nonsense, malarkey. You were who Cersei said all along, a power-mad, sadistic, narcissistic Disney princess who wants to destroy the world. But I know I want you to know I'm not going to kill you because you're going to cause World War III. And I'm not doing it to save the world. After all, what has this ball of dirt ever done for me? No, Alana, I'm killing you because you took the life of the only friend I have, and the only one of us who had an ounce of kindness in her veins. That is cinema. Discuss.
You have so much impact. To be honest, we break down the plan already.
So first off, Alana does not explain any of her emotions. She doesn't try to deny anything. She doesn't say like, how, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Anything
Yeah.
simple of like a retaliation of trying to defend yourself. No, she doesn't do that.
I mean, all you need to do is like, it's like, oh, what? Then it's like, oh, why is that Clayface? Like, we just hang out. He just went rogue or some shit.
He's just my buddy, man. It's like, don't you ever have a buddy that has a clay shapeshifting powers? Like, you don't have one of those?
I mean, I was like, oh, that's too far. There's no what. To be honest, the other thing is, there's no way that Brian will figure it out that guy is like the spy for Ilana.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is, like, the way she figured it out is because like the guy had a scar on his chin. There's only one guard with that same scar on his chin, and that was like the side guy, the side blonde guy who speaks English and speaks Pokolistani. I'm not sure what language it was, but yeah, that was the connection. It's like, oh, so you got the guy who has a facial mark that is very familiar to the bride, I guess. I know it's for the sake of the audience to understand, but like, that doesn't make it less stupid. And it's like, there was no like hints of like trying to deduce anything, like trying to do detective things. It's very clear that this thing was written like separate in mind, and then you just had to think, oh wait, I don't know how to tie this twist to the second twist that I have. So let's go back to episode 4 and like put the guy there, have her notice a little bit as to like, there's somebody watching us, but I'm not sure who that is, and like, and then it will come back at the end. Like, that's where people will say this is cinema. So, I mean, is this cinema?
I mean, no one even talks about it, so I guess.
Yeah. So, basically, that's the thing. So, my big thing is Alana is a fucking piece of shit who doesn't say anything outside of sex,
Yeah,
and like occasional like, oh, like, people are mean to me or like something like that. And then like when she has a chance to like, what are you talking about? Like, this doesn't make sense. Like, this isn't a thing that I would do. Why would you believe Cersei or anything like that? And then it's like, then you have like this other character like explain, yeah, this is your motivations. Like, this is like how you operate. No retaliation. Like, do you not? So it's your head. You say something that says like, what do you think? No, nothing. So that's where it's like the quick draw of like, let me try to pick up my gun and shoot Bride. Bride shoots her through the skull and pierces the back of her head, and it's dead.
So did James Gunn hire Ryan Johnson?
Yeah, this is like twist on top of a twist. So
Yeah, so basically what happened is I have no idea what the fuck is happening. He was like, "Oh, you killed her." I was like, "Whoa, wait, stop. I need to understand what does she want first. Why does she want to destroy the world?"
oh, you
And
already
then
got it. It's like, don't you understand? I mean, like Cersei said that. Bride said
why?
that, so that must be true. Bro,
Why?
did you not see the flash forward of like her teaming up with Gorilla Grodd, that DC comic character?
Wait, how does she do that? How does she have a fucking gorilla working with her?
Who cares about that? I mean, like that's set up enough, man.
What the fuck? What's the world did to her? What? I was like, she's
I
responsible for fucking everything in the show.
The thing is, like, my thing is, like, I would have appreciated it if it was like her being friends with Gorilla Grodd. That way you can at least legitimize that, oh, maybe Cersei's plan is still in effect because there's a footage of her speaking to Gorilla Grodd. And I've also like said like prior is like I feel like Gorilla Grodd does make a little bit of sense. Like I still need to know how does she get relationships with the monkey and all that stuff. Gorilla Grodd looks at Ussie too. I mean that's all she's known for now. Is that like Gorilla Grodd does have like Grodd Industries, like he has some tech, so he can probably maybe he can like supply like this like armor for the people, like for her knights and all that stuff. That could at least like give some explanation to their tech, despite being backwater, quote unquote. But then it also goes up behind because like these guys get mowed down by regular people with guns, like the Sons of Themyscira, who all died by GI robots. So the scaling is completely crazy in the show. But yeah, that's essentially like what it all boils down to. Is like, no, she's like, you thought Clayface was the friend of Cersei, but no, he's actually the friend of Alana. What does that even do? Like, first off, now you retroactively like hurt Clayface's entire characterization in the episode where he's a glup shitto. He tries to kill Rick Flag, the person who could have cleared Alana's name and put all the blame on Cersei because he already had that opinion. Why would you try to kill him? This is the problem, man.
I mean, to be honest, I even if it does make sense, I was like, wait, why does Princess Alana even want all of this? No, you have to explain it to me. How can she do that? Wait, please explain to me. She's not, I don't even know if she's even power hungry or something. What does she gain if she destroy the world?
See, and I've seen the theories like maybe she'll come back to life, which is
shut up! Fuck fairies! I could not stand fairies.
Yes,
if you don't explain
I
it now,
understand that. My only thing is like I'm only just explaining because like I've seen some credence to it in the sense of like, oh, let's bring characters back to life. This is a comic book world. That can happen. Anything like that. Wow, I really want to bring back this character. I really wanted to know her story. I really cared so much. But then it's like, oh, but like you could show like how this is like what gets the scar on, because like Alana in the future has like a scar on her face. So like that bullet through the head could be like part of a scar that kind of is a thing, kind of a thing. So, you made the same mistake as me as somehow Alana returned, but like I do want to talk about the Nina one because people do use that theory as well. But yeah, that's Alana.
Yeah, when I saw this, I was like, wait, you did not answer jack shit about her.
Like,
why does she want everything?
Yeah, it's like also like episode 1 is like so weird because like they make it such a big point that like her entire bloodline is like ugly and like she's the only hot one, or like how her mother is like super old and decrepit and that she can't speak or talk at all, but like Alana has to serve as the regent queen kind of a thing. It's like, but these are all like mystery boxes that go nowhere. Like that's not anything. Like what I honestly thought, like I legitimately thought that like maybe this is like a Lord of the Rings thing, like where Saruman takes over the Rohirrim's. Not sure if I say that right, but like the king, like where he's like taking over him as like old and decrepit, but then once Saruman is like taken out, then like he's young again. It's in the second film or something like that. Return of the King. There's not Return of the King. The Two Towers.
Two Towers.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was happening. It's like maybe like she was like she was like kind of like taking over in that sense that like she's only old because like there's some kind of magical tampering going on with her. That's what I thought was going to happen. I mean, there was so much theories about her being a Clayface, like Lady Clayface.
You just realize no one cares about characters. They just care about the potential of characters, and you got fuck off.
Yeah, that's the thing. And then people talk about, and this is going back to like the discussion points that people say. It's like, why are you mad about villains losing? Don't you want villains to lose? I want villains to make sense before they lose. Or if they win, they win. That's one thing. But like, I want a villain to make sense as to what they are doing. Why do they exist? And it's like, what baffles my mind is like they will give a lot of praise for Alana killing her off because like nobody cares about this original character. She's not a big deal. It's like, why would you want to? She's not the overarching villain of this series. So like, why would you want to like bring her into the next project or all this stuff? But the second you say that, like, what if Gunn kept her alive? Then you would hear the justification that, like, don't you want to see more of her character so that you can explore that thing and see more of those threats and see more of those. The thing is, like, anything Gunn does is like it's a win. Like I don't understand. I feel like killing her is worse than keeping her alive. But I would say, like, if you kept her alive, at least like make sense of it. Like, show some hints of like.
No, I want her to be alive because I was like, you didn't explain shit. Of course, I want her to be alive.
Yeah, it's like it's such a cop out. Like all of her sins are dead with her, and like if she comes back to life,
To be honest, I kind of like.
Then it's another cop out because you can't commit to her being dead.
When I saw this, I was like, James Gunn said, I was like, I wrote the show around this character. I was like, okay, so what's her motivation? I was like, motivation. She wants to destroy the world. I was like, okay, why? I was like, shut up.
And also, like, I don't want to hear that bullshit about like, but she's not the overarching villain of the DC universe. Why do we need to see more about her character? She's supposed to be the overarching villain of this show. Make her the overarching villain of the show if you're going to do that. No, you decide to put in Cersei, who I'm still going to bitch about in a second, is like, Cersei is essentially there as a red herring because let's clap for the comic book character Cersei to be here. Now that we tricked all of them for being in our show, now let's put in our real villain, which is Alana. Are we going to set up Alana at all? No, because nobody's going to care about that. At that point, just put Gorilla Grodd as the villain. You clearly don't care about Alana. Oh, but then you need Rick Flag to simp over somebody. Why does he need to simp over anybody?
To be honest, in all honesty, all he has to do is like, dude. I don't think killing someone who has not done anything wrong is a good idea. So just explore that.
Yeah, it's like he like that was the only thing that they had, and then they fuck it up in the second sentence. It's like, but I know her. She would never do something like that. Like that's where everything went downhill.
Yeah.
And that's ignoring my hatred for DCU Cersei.
Don't worry, I have problems with. To be honest, I just said none of them are characters. So.
Why can't he simp over Grodd? I mean, if he's into that. Yeah. Anything else you want to talk about? So, well, do you want to finish the episode first, and then we can.
I just want to say that Cersei, whose entire thing just want to stop her from destroying the world, and Rick Flag, who's been manipulated to simp over her, has no reaction. They literally did not come back to them. That's insane.
That's the insane part. It's like Cersei. Like, first off, I really want to save Cersei for the end. Not the end, but like close to the end. But like with Rick Flag in particular, it's like, wow, the love of my life is dead. The love of my life for 3 days is dead. The love of my life, who's like, I'm old enough to be your grandfather, is dead, and all that stuff. It's like, it's crazy. Damn. And like in season 2, he's gonna have revenge on Peacemaker.
Don't worry, I don't think they'll even have Rick Flag in the second season at this point.
Oh, he's in the second season. In the Creature Commandos show.
Yeah.
all right, they greenlit this as season 2. It's like, oh, did you see? But there is a second season. It's like, wow, I totally care about these characters for me to see a
No.
second season.
Just like everyone cares about the Rise of Skywalker.
No. You see, like the way the show ends is like Bride like literally like skedaddles, like, guys, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here quick. So nobody heard the bullet killing a princess upstairs. So okay, and then they all escape and all that stuff.
Don't.
But you see, Bride sheds a tear, man. Like, see, like, respect to Indira Varma. I respect her a lot, but that was a bullshit quote. Like, this is where, like, once Nina died, that was when she finally became human, kind of a thing. Great. So we fridged another character for.
No.
At least we're fridging her for a woman, I guess.
Yeah.
A little bit. But yeah, so they go back home, and then Economos is not talking about the geopolitical disaster of killing a princess on foreign soil. No, it's praising from Waller. It's like, oh, you guys did great. You guys did amazing. She's gonna promote you with a brand new team in this brand new division all to yourself.
Why the fuck would you? Okay, here's some horrible. Like, okay, I'm just gonna be honest. If I was them, I was like, I would not even want to be in Creature Commandos anymore. It's like that's the point. No one wants to be in this like team that's gonna be used by Waller to do shit.
They don't have to be in prison. The thing is, like, they have no incentive of staying. They don't have like bombs in their heads. They don't have. I mean, they have shocking things in their heads, but they don't use them. There's no threat of that, or there's no like attempt at like, you stand on the line, or you're gonna get electrocuted. Like, there's nothing like that. Waller doesn't do that anymore. So it's like, why are they coming back to prison? They just, what is it, like Stockholm syndrome? They don't talk about it.
Yeah.
But no, it's like, we got to end this like Guardians 3, like how, like, look, we have a brand new division, and you got brand new monsters on your team. You got, wow, you got Nocturna, you got Khalees, you got King Shark, you got GI Robot built like a Giga Chad. So
Yeah.
that's how we end the show. It's like,
oh
okay.
no, there's a post credit scene. That's it.
We talked about it.
Yeah.
Frankenstein's alive. And that's it. So you see, my only comment for the two particular cameos is Nocturna and Khalees. Khalees is a mummy who has, so he was on the original team with Frankenstein, the mermaid, Nina Mazursky. Khalees is the mummy, and then you also had a Gorgon, which is like what Medusa is essentially, and then with the snake hair, and then you have a werewolf on the team. So this is like what makes up the team of usually these teams of the Creature Commandos, the Agents of Shade, Seven Soldiers. Like, that's like what's usually the team. So there has been a reference like that people have been talking about, because people were really sad about Nina dying for some reason. I get why, but I think it's really pathetic, in my opinion. But like, so the thing is, like, somebody found out that yes, in the comics, that Khalees did bring Nina back to life. Like, she died in a bomb explosion, and he brings her back to life.
Blah blah. But what about I give you a better idea? Okay, remember this backwater country invented resurrection technology?
That's different. Plus, I mean, I guess the whole place got on fire.
Don't. To be honest, this is 2020. This is 2025. Everyone can find Everyone can just find missing technology.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, like, Khalees like has that power, but the difference here is that, again, the team was made up of the big three was Frankenstein's monster, Nina Mazursky the mermaid, and Khalees the mummy. The thing is, like, they were best friends, like, they were friends and all this stuff. Like, they had a relationship with each other, and they were all like friendly with each other and all that stuff. So when she dies, Khalees brings her back to life immediately, like, because he knew her, he was her friend and all that stuff. So he brings her back to life. Yes, that's like kind of a cop out, like, you bring somebody back to life and all that stuff. But at least, like, there was a friendly relationship already existing, that, like, with his powers of like immortality, like, he has the ability to bring somebody back from the dead. He was able to do that, like, right away, like, immediately after she died. But the difference here is, like, when people bring up that theory, is like they take out the context as to like why she was able to come back to life in the first place. So now you're going to say like, oh, I hope in season 2 they bring Khalees like brings her back to life. The context is different now. The context is like, oh, you just have to tell her like, oh, I heard you could bring somebody back to life. Why don't you do that to Nina? It's like, one, it's like that's going to be cheap, and two, it's like Khalees doesn't know Nina. I mean, they did a bullshit explanation as to like how, wow, like Weasel was like upset about Alana because like she was playing fetch with him for hours. Like they hand waved that across. Like maybe they'll just say that Khalees and Nina were best friends in Bel Rev. Trust me, I saw it with my own 2 eyes. So they could do that bullshit too. So what do I know?
Yeah.
And then yeah, Nocturna, vampire equivalent. So
pretty much. To be honest, there's a lot of things that goes nowhere. Oh yeah, the trial Elizabeth Bates, fuck all. What do we also have? Yeah, that's the main one. Frankenstein, Princess Ilana's motivation. What's gonna happen to Cersei?
yeah.
No
sense of like what happened killing the princess in a foreign land. By Americans, like no punishments, like no consequences of that, no sense of like you just like you caused a lot of issues, like caused this geopolitical disaster. You killed the princess who was with a company that was giving us oil and stuff like that. So
don't worry, we talk about the world building. There's no relationship.
There's no relationship.
I mean, what they have is fucking shit. So
killing the princess really did nothing. The guards don't notice that. They don't have a threat. Like there's no looming. I know like there was no season 2 greenlit at this time of the show's release, so they can't like say that. But the fact that there is no sense of like trying to have any sort of this is kind of a problem. Like what you just did. You ended the Pokolistan monarchy bloodline, and there's no consequences to that. Oh, but it's going to be in season 2. Season 2 that they didn't.
No, don't worry. They won't care. They won't give a shit.
They don't give a shit, and people don't give a shit about that. The audience doesn't talk about that.
I mean, I look at some reviews, and even some people are like, "Okay, Ilana, that killing Ilana is so unsatisfying."
That's like bare bones. Like that's like saying
Don't worry.
I wish there was more. I wish there was more dialogue.
Don't worry. They got to be like, actually, Guerrilla Group made Princess Ilana. I'm the one who is controlling everything. Ha 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 ha. And then it's like Amanda Waller just like, oh somehow Guerrilla Group returned. He's got to destroy the world in 16 hours. If we don't find this MacGuffin, that's gonna stop him.
Yeah, so my big thing here is like how much like tropes get in the way, and like how a lot of the dedication of the time was focusing on the flashbacks of these episodes that have nothing to do with the main plot for the most part, or they do like 1 ounce of like a little bit of a thing, like this one connected thing is what makes it, oh yeah, you see, like this makes sense as to why we're doing the flashback in this episode. The fact that like pretty much 6 out of the 7 episodes are flashback episodes with the current mainline plot, and the fact that people talk about the flashbacks and the Easter eggs and nothing about the actual characters in the plot and all this stuff is a problem, and nobody talks about that. But it's the appetizer, you see. So like, Superman is the one that we should be critical about, and not the thing that makes a first impression.
Sure. I mean, imagine you say that to Iron Man. Iron Man's a bilister.
And Iron Man was like, the only thing about Iron Man is like they weren't trying to make a universe at that time. They were just trying to make a good movie. Otherwise, Marvel will lose the rights to movies forever. And there's a little bit of a stakes from the filmmaking side of things. But yeah, I mean, again, it's you still have to make sense at the very least.
I mean,
And
after this, I was like, yeah, dude, oh, Superman's gonna be so hot. I was like, I saw it. I was like, dude, I don't even want to see Superman. What the fuck?
That's so disappointing, man. It's like everything. I've been very critical about the DCU for over 2 years. Like, I know that's bothered some people from Discord, and like I know that's like not a, you know, like you have to see what happens first and like all that stuff. If it was like before you criticize it and all that stuff. But the thing is, like, I saw some of the things that I just don't think Gunn would do well with, or it's like I don't have faith in like this particular aspect of like it, but like, and obviously, like, obviously wait till the product is out, and that's totally fair. But like, I can still. My biggest criticism for Superman is like I feel like I'm gonna like Superman and Lois and Lex Luthor and his Daily Planet friends. I'm not gonna like this whole relevance of like trying to justify a big DC universe around them, focus on the other characters who are going to be in the JLI and all that stuff. Is like those are the characters that I like. They're like a big. They feel like they're going to be a big part, but like they're saying it's like not really that big of a part. It's like I don't know. It's like I also don't want to see like Mr. Terrific, Hawkgirl, Green Lantern, and Metamorpho mischaracterized either. I don't know. It's like I feel like that's a fair thing, especially like when people talk about, oh, Gunn is like comic accurate. Comic accurate for Gunn is just like mentioning a character. Like I could just talk about Eraser Man, the Eraser, the Batman villain, and like, oh, I care about DC Comics because I mentioned a obscure DC character.
Don't worry. Actually, go to the pop quiz like on Monday. Don't worry. This is gonna be not Monday, Sunday. This is gonna be relevant. There's a round called Batman, and they're basically mentioning obscure villains. So basically, I will do it, and I will literally listen to it. It's like, okay, it's Birthday Boy, a Batman villain. It's like, what the fuck is Birthday Boy? I mean, the only one I know is like Porcupine King or something. The person with like a ketchup and
Condiment King, yeah.
Condiment King. That's the only one. Yeah, that's not. That's a. And then you got shit like it's Prince and Needles Man, a character, a Batman villain. It's like I don't fucking know.
There's Egghead, Eraser, Quilt, the Crazy Quilt.
Don't worry, I actually managed to got over half of them right, just by guessing. But still, I was like, what I was like, yeah. Do you know it's a Gabaret of DC Batman villain? It's like, oh no. I was like, I don't know if they have fucking that, like if they have like what's it called a Birthday Boy as a villain.
Oh, was it correct or not?
Oh, Birthday Boy is a villain, and then Gabaret is not a villain. I was correct.
Yeah. So.
I mean, if some and that's some random lady from a pop. I mean, I guess she also loves comics.
Right.
I mean, I think she does, but at the same time, it's like no one's gonna praise her for that.
So, my only thing about like with Creature Commandos, as I talked about before, I feel like they were an interesting idea as to like, I mean, it's always going to be a hard way to sell. Like, oh, I want the first project of my new DC universe that is like in the shitter because of the DCEU.
Oh,
we need to make a good first impression, and like the first thing is Creature Commandos.
Oh shit! I forgot to mention the themes and the idea. So how nuanced is this show?
None.
Yeah, either you're a good guy, either you're a misunderstood hero or you're fucking evil. I mean, the closest they got is Dr. Philosopher, because he fucking flip a dime when it comes to being a bad guy out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's a theme. You got no more. There's no one is morally gray. They're just like as black and white as possible.
Villains are ass. That's a theme.
Yeah.
Cersei and Ilana are fucking jokes.
Cersei is a misunderstood hero, by the way. That's the show's logic.
Yeah. So I did talk about I would prefer Queen of Fables as the villain of the Creature Commando show if I were in charge. I still feel like Creature Commandos are not a villainous team. Like they're just not. Like I don't know why, because clearly there's like a whole, we need to put some brand synergy with the Suicide Squad and all that stuff. People know what that is, so like let's just make the Creature Commandos that. People will just clap anyway, and all that stuff. And you see, like, it's just Cersei has no justification in the show. Like the fact that like you could take Felix Faust, you can take Tala, you could take. I mean, you could do Morgan Le Fay. I do think she's way too OD for these guys, but like, she's technically on the table too.
No, don't worry. They can use the Tana, and nothing will change.
It's just like, no, it's like I find it absolutely infuriating that like Gunn is taking this character, a Wonder Woman character, like Wonder Woman characters in general get misrepresented all the time, especially post the DCU and all this stuff. And like seeing a good Wonder Woman and her villains, like in general, is just hard. Like people put Cheetah in the same caliber as Catwoman. That should not be a thing, but like it is for some reason. But like, you know, then people talk, oh, but don't you remember that comic where like some character beats another character? Like, as Stan Lee said, if the person who wins is the person writing the character, kind of a thing. So it's like,
That's
if they want this
bullshit,
person to
fuck
win,
you.
it's like, just because he said that doesn't mean it's law. I know it can happen, but that doesn't mean that people like it.
Yeah,
So
that's what Death Battle is about, you dipshit.
yeah, so Cersei losing to a fucking weasel, and Gunn explaining away as to like why is because he was too quick for her, and he was like keeping her scrambled, and that she could not like use her hands for magic, is so bad, because like you have to remember this person is supposed to go up against Wonder Woman. But even if I ignore that, she is an Amazon, so she spars against Amazons. Amazons also have quick reflexes. They're also fast. They're able to react on a dime pretty well. Dude, I can literally say Robin can beat Cersei. He has training from Batman. I mean, Batman is a great fighter, right? So he should beat Cersei. I mean, if that's the bar, then okay. I mean, I can play stupid too.
No, don't worry. It's like we know that James Gunn has such insane quotes. Like, you know, wait, why doesn't Peter Quill has her boots and helmet? I was like, oh, you see, I was supposed to lose it, but you know, Russo brothers decided to bring it back, so I'm not gonna stay consistent. I was like, no, you have respect on the Peter's word. I don't care.
And it's like, I'm sorry, but like this guy is a fucking space pirate, and it's like, oh, but he's a good guy now. He can still make his own tech, man. You don't have to make him not like a tech guy, or you don't get. You like he Rocket is his best friend. Rocket can make it for him if you think he's not a tech genius.
Oh,
just
don't worry,
do something.
This guy invented things to just regrow limbs. Sorry, fucking heal fucking heads. Kidding me.
Nebula can make something for him. Like you have like these tech people who can do something for him. If you want to say that like okay, like Peter's just not very good at making a helmet, or he's not very good at making rocket boots and all that stuff. Okay, fine. He doesn't have to be that good at that stuff. Fine, but he has two best friends who could do that for him. Like I cannot fathom that this is like how you want it so badly that I don't want to see this thing ever again, and then like refuse to accept the possibility that maybe he has a second one, or maybe he was able to have it remade by somebody else, or maybe he even stole it from somebody else, which you don't have to say he stole it, but you could just say something. But no, we can't do that either.
I mean, to be honest, I think the fact that, you know, Guardians 3 Rock has a tragic backstory, he just want to apply to every character in this show.
Yes, I agree.
But like, here's the thing, we are actually because the Rocket stuff actually has something to do with the main plot in that movie. I think that movie's bad, by the way, but at least there's some redeeming values. I mean, the only redeeming values.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing about these backstories is like I'm kind of appalled as to like how it. I mean, I've said it multiple times, but like how it gets a pass and all this stuff. But the fact that like there really is no attempt at like trying to make a monster a monster. again, I talked about like how some of these members.
You cut out. Hello.
My internet is a little low, but seems to be back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like some of these characters are heroes in the comics, and some of them are villains in the comics. So it's like, but the fact that like all of them have like some kind of backstory that like doesn't fit them, or like they are retconned to make it seem like not retcon, like they're just adapted differently for the sake of the narrative, and all that stuff. Which obviously I can't really criticize them for that because if I know something and other people don't, that's not really a criticism. But I still feel like it could have been better.
I mean, I don't even know what to say because I don't even know the backstory. It's like, of course, I know Batman, Gorilla Grodd, and Superman. I was like, oh, I can always separate it. It was like,
Yeah.
when I saw like a still image of Batman, I was like, oh, cool. I'll be like, that doesn't mean anything to me.
Batman is everywhere.
Right. So is it everywhere good?
What?
So it's Batman really good, really that good? Like, oh no, oh, so I'm sorry, I need to have third party knowledge to apply for this movie. Sorry, not this show. For 2 seconds still image.
I mean, no. I mean, I don't feel like the show does it either. Because like, again, I feel like this whole narrative of Gunn being the comic accurate one only comes because he's using obscure characters that he likes to turn into OCs anyway. I mean, even with like characters like the Guardians, like a lot of them are not the Guardians from the comics, but like people like them anyway, and it's fair. I mean, I get it, but like I also get from people who know the Guardians and they don't like how they're characterized in the movies because they're different. I also understand that too. But yeah, I mean, again, I feel like Superman is like I feel like Superman for him is going to be the make or break for a lot of people, especially. I wish that wasn't the case because like people need to raise their standards for first impression things. But at the end of the day, what can I really say? Superman is really going to be the make or break for a lot of people. And honestly, I'm only interested in Superman because like this is something very different from what Gunn is used to doing. It's like you're cutting out that formula of ragtag teams or all that stuff. So you're dealing with the guy, Superman, very heavily long-lasting character that a lot of people have opinions on. So that's a lot of pressure, but like it's also something different. So it's like I can at least maybe see that there's a possibility that something of value could happen here, but I don't know.
Of course, fucking not.
I don't have the best.
Don't worry. When I finished the show, I was like, "Are you interested in Superman?" I was like, "Fuck off! No, kill me."
Yeah, I'm only interested in half the stuff, but that's the half is only anything Superman related, but nothing DC related.
I mean, I was like, oh, but Superman's like, I could just rewatch Superman and Lois, or Smallville. I want to ask him what Superman stuff I've never seen. Superman 2.
Yeah.
Superman Returns. Oh,
Yeah.
like Lois and Clark.
Lois and Clark. It's got a Superman that people don't like, but that's a different conversation.
Don't worry, as people, the artists. How is it that different for people nowadays?
I guess. Yeah. Again, I said in my last video about Cersei, but like again, the fact that how she was handled was so bad, I don't want to see her ever again. I still stand by that.
No, I mean,
and then I've seen people say, oh, but like, why are people still mad about Cersei? It's like Cersei was right about the princess. So they showed that she was correct. She was right. But the thing is, like, they had to do a double twist bamboozle in order to say that no, she was right. She was right. And like even then, it's like we still don't even know is that true or not. We're just going off the bride's word.
I'm gonna be honest here. Just this entire thing is so fucked up, morality speaking. It's like they have the fucking last minute to flip Eliza's morality just like out of nowhere. I was like, what? I thought because the entire impression was like, She seems like a good guy. And Cersei's a bad guy. And now you just throw that, oh, she's evil now. It's like, oh, everything before is meaningless. Oh, for how little meaning they are.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like, oh, but like maybe Cersei will be in the Paradise Lost show, and they'll show that tsunami scene, and they'll show her being heroic and all this stuff, or they'll show her doing cool stuff to make her seem all badass. Something cool set in the past doesn't change her character in the present, which is in the future, which is now.
I'm gonna
So
be honest, I don't even know. I don't even remember that show is making. They haven't even found a showrunner yet.
there's no script runner or anything like that. So
What the fuck, man? You should find a showrunner to make a show. Even Matt Reeves knows that.
yes, I'm not confident on. I'm especially not confident on anything on the Wonder Woman side for Gunn and all that. The only way to save it is just use a different character. I don't want to see Cersei ever again, and that's really sad because Cersei is supposed to be like Wonder Woman's like Lex or Joker level, and it's like, again, the way Cersei was treated. Imagine this happened to Lex Luthor or Joker as a character. That would never happen. And that's
say that
point.
with the first Suicide Squad literally just fuck everyone over.
But it's different.
And Lex Luthor. To be fair, we actually do have that.
But like, to be fair, Gunn has higher standards from people than David Ayer, for example.
And you say that, and everyone fucking hates that portrayal of BVS version.
Zack Snyder too. Gunn has a higher standard for people, but like, not high enough. We can go back to some comments that we missed. She's not even scuba diving where she should be completely submerged. She's easily very visible on the surface. Bride could have shot her for an easy kill. Oh, we did talk about that.
Yeah.
You called me monologuing. The reason why Wonder Woman never caught Cersei is because she would always say there's nowhere to run, then stop to talk, simply allowing Cersei to walk away from her.
That's a Mad Folk reference. You haven't seen the videos yet.
I see. In all of the Cersei scenes, after getting beat up, she still has the burn mark. Is this a permanent wound?
Maybe not.
It's a permanent reminder for Develoso for what they did to Cersei. What am I being charged with? You're a goddamn Wonder Woman villain. I mean, she's a weasel villain.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Even I found it weird to see Wonder Woman flashbacks. Even it's like not Wonder Woman in fiction. Even Death Battle got her wrong. Like, did not do it justice for like 3 times she's appeared in the show.
Wonder Woman is tough to analyze, to be fair. I know, like, I've been working on this Wonder Woman fancast video. It was really hard for me. I had to get help from AGD to help me with the script. I hope that video will be out in this month, but we'll see.
Yeah. It's funny because you got that about the Silver Samurai justice. I was like, who the fuck is Silver Samurai?
I got Vietnam flashbacks hearing the name Grodd. And I remember he tried to kill Barack Obama. I know her. Turns out to be evil anyway. Whoops.
No reaction.
No reaction. They don't even show Rick Flag in the end. Like maybe he's in a wheelchair or something, or I don't know, something simple. With the stakes being the end of the world, Waller would be the type who would have killed Flag once he said, "I'm going against you."
No, I think she will at least just lock him in prison.
Yeah, I think that would be the extent. Imagine Mike Flanagan having to work with this Clayface for his friend. To be fair, looks like this one is dead. We got a new one. Hopefully the new one is not shit.
It's a prequel, so who knows?
And it's also a prequel, so he's a filthy Xbox user. He knows her. She wouldn't do anything, but oops.
Okay, next one.
Imagine if he died in that coma. Remember, we never even seen him fully recover in the show. Obviously, we know that he's in Superman and in fucking Waller and Peacemaker season 2. This guy's a industry plant, to be honest. I heard the show is quite bad from Burgerman. Yep. James Gunn is the next. Ryan Johnson.
Oh yeah, that show is literally just a made between J.J. Abrams and Ryan Johnson. Like, I'm not kidding. When at the end I was like, Did J.J. Abrams and Ryan Johnson make the show?
No, it's like it's honestly crazy, like how much things are just happening and we just let it happen. Gorilla Grodd was at his best in that one episode in Legends of Tomorrow where he tried to kill Obama. Out of curiosity, does this show have James Gunn's brand of "It's funnier the 500th time"? My thing is like I never really found the show funny. I think the only joke I had something was that's what a Nazi would say. But
I don't
it's
think I
just
laugh anywhere,
it's just
anytime.
it's just a fun meme.
I don't
The
think
bride flawless victory.
I don't think I like anything writing was in this show.
Yeah, I struggle to find anything really.
I mean, people was like, you like it? I was like, no, this is just mystery box. I mean, I thought Hit Monkey season 2 better. That show had fucking time travel. Okay, last episode of the show has time travel.
Imagine having so much confidence in your sex appeal and your pussy that your entire plan hinges on simping. Yeah, that's a lot of faith for. Can I take a message? I think imagine if JFK's killer came up immediately after his death and said it was a miscommunication.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. How did he get there before the creature commandos arrived back?
Cool.
How did he get there before the creature commandos arrived back? The Frankenstein, maybe?
Frankenstein, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of fast travel in the show too. The creature commandos were the ones who sent Nina in, knowing that she had no combat experience. Ilana never points that out. That would be a characterization thing. It's like this girl can't fight. That's not my fault. I was defending myself. And honestly, that's kind of the other thing too. It's like, oh fuck Ilana, she deserved to die because of how she killed Nina. It's like she was just defending herself. That's not kill Weasel. He's the one who deserves it.
To be honest, sometimes I don't get how did he write the Suicide Squad and then he just came down to this level all of a sudden.
Yeah, people were speculating that she was Clayface originally, but people were just saying that because they wanted to see a man fuck a clay monster.
I'm gonna be honest,
Even
at
though
least that would be it. That would be an explanation.
That would be a bit of an explanation about her durability and like having some level of control in the country and all that stuff.
Yeah, I was like, why is she suddenly evil? That would be an explanation.
That would be an explanation, yes.
Yeah.
What did they say that? Actually, she shot Clayface, even though Clayface is also dead. The reason why I can't sit for Grodd is because Grodd is busy simming for Obama. The war has a war that hasn't started either, meaning that no one saw the body earlier in her office. Yeah, so again, like the guards, there's no war, there's no like, you killed our princess. Damn this country. We will do everything in our power to attack.
I wonder what season 2 is gonna be about.
I don't even know what it has to. There's no way that it doesn't involve this, but like, I have no faith. Like none of these plot points that connect to each other. Right, and this is about Nina. They were best friends with Khalees, and that he never defended Nina at all in the prison. If they were to say that they were best friends in season 2, the end of the Pocostan monarchy, had no children. The appetizer defense would work better if it was a short film. That or the anthology series, I think that would also be good too.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, they should just make it.
Yeah, but I also think the anthology thing is like, it's kind of weird to start a series like a franchise off with an anthology. But then, to be fair, it's already weird to start the franchise off with Creature Commandos. At least go in on the concept and just don't half-ass it. But that's just my opinion. Also, this appetizer defense is a non-argument. If someone unironically uses that, it's because they thought it had any value whatsoever. I agree.
Yeah.
And yeah, I really hope Superman will be good. It's kind of hard.
I mean, If you ask me, I was like, I watch it. I guess I don't know. It's like none of a lot of things that's not surprise. A lot of the superhero stuff just like this is not good now.
Oh
They
yeah,
got-
he meant how did the guard, Alana's guard, go back to the country before the creature commandos?
Mm.
The only thing I think the only thing they said is like he reported back, but like that was like Bride explaining, yeah, he would report back that this is what happened, and then she's like, oh, let's send my buddy Clayface to go and take care of them. That kind of thing is it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So that was Creature Commander Season 1, the start of the DCU.
So I'd rather they have Hit Monkey Season 3 than this shit again, which is absolutely depressing. Yeah, don't worry, you've never seen Hit Monkey, but that's the closest reference I got. R-rated show about monsters.
Oh, fuck it. I'd rather watch Last Jedi over this. I'd take that over because at least there's some attempt at trying to do like a twist and all that stuff and all that bullshit, and there's like some level of entertainment at how goofy it is. This caused me a lot of pain watching the show, and I know it's like, oh, why do you care about a Creature Commander show? It's all that stuff. I care because it's the start of a new DC universe where I thought we would get rid of this bullshit from the DCU. And yeah, it's different from Zack Snyder's universe, but like there's still a lot of the same bullshit that happened with his universe.
No, I was watching this. I was like, because I was like, why do you want me to care? Because you want me to care. That's why. Because James Gunn want me to care. So I care about it. I hated it, but I care about it.
Yeah, but you see, like, Superman is in July.
I'm gonna be so fucked. I don't even know do I want to do that. I'm sure I do not want to watch it during that day.
Yeah. I thought the show was really bad, and I wish it was better. We've pretty much exhausted all of our thoughts. The characters just were not interesting enough. A lot of them boiled down to a similar backstory, just with a different coat of paint. Especially when a lot of it boils down to something bad happened in my backstory. Please feel sad, and I'm going to do something that reflects something that from my backstory, even though nobody knows about it. None of my friends who are supposed to be my friends know about this, but it means something to you guys, the audience, and not to my friends, the characters that I'm actually in this world with. So, fuck it.
Fuck it. That's the mentality. But hey, maybe we're gonna get something better. Like oh right, we have to watch. I still haven't watched the Daredevil trailer for some reason.
I didn't watch it either.
Yeah.
But I don't want to risk getting a copyright.
Don't worry, I won't watch it here. I'll just watch it alone. I just like it's so cool. So I don't care. What's the next? Superman is the next thing. To be honest, I don't even know what did they hire like Anna Nagoria. I was like, oh, so she's gonna write the Teen Titans edition. I was like, what does she wrote? Some free plays. Okay, what's like free plays? Should she write movies first? Or like shows?
The only thing I could say is that it seems like Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow is relying on the story itself and just putting it into the big screen. So it's not like there's too much to really go against off script or anything like that. So I'd put more blame on the story if things don't go well.
What about Teen Titans?
Teen Titans is down the line. I don't expect it to happen anytime soon.
Oh, so she's hired to write that one.
I don't really care right now, mainly because I don't see any light for that. They're not going to greenlight that until Batman drops with Robin. So that's my thing.
They haven't greenlight fucking Batman, and they already have Clayface movie.
I agree with that. It's just that Teen Titans, you can't really do Teen Titans without Robin, and I feel like they're not going to set up a Robin in a Teen Titans movie, if we're being honest. That's my expectations, though. What do I know? I didn't expect a Clayface movie.
I don't expect a lot of
Granted,
movies.
to be fair, he said that like as long as you write a good script and you send it to him, they'll make a movie right away and all this stuff.
So
And
what do you mean about a good script?
So it's like, well, Mike Flanagan is a highly respected writer, to be fair. He wrote for Clayface. He had a script. He's been writing it for like 6 years, so like he has like a story in mind and all this stuff. And I guess Gunn liked it and greenlit it.
Should I watch it? Should I guess.
Yeah.
I don't really have anything to say about this universe. Like, you're just not connected to anything.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit of a hot take on my side, but like I also just don't think Woman of Tomorrow is that good. It's a comic storyline, but I want to save that conversation for another day. But it did start filming as of Monday or Tuesday, something like that.
Yesterday.
So yeah. And I mean, they're adding in Lobo, who wasn't in the original story, so maybe there's an idea of like some changes here and there that could
probably
very well happen.
I mean,
but
if you say that the comic's not good, they'd probably have to redraft it. So
my thing is, like Tom King is a pillar of the DCU, and I read his fucking Jenny Sparks comics. Oh my god, it's fucking garbage.
Don't worry, Tom King probably is not working on this movie. Hopefully.
Well, it's Tom King's story, so like they're gonna have his like input or stuff like that.
He doesn't even have producer credit for this.
I still feel like he'll have some input as a chairman, but we'll see. Yeah, that they just like had this Jenny Sparks comic where like she's like criticizing Superman for not solving COVID. I don't know why he was given this character. Now he's writing Black Canary next.
To be honest, if Jenny Sparks would complain, someone should she just complain like a fucking Batman. At least he's like smart or can invent cure or something.
But like, I don't really want to go into it. It's just really bad. I mean, I can send the panels, but yeah, it's most of the pages are just like her saying "fuck you, Superman," fuck.
Don't worry.
We're gonna get to us now.
Don't you worry. Whenever the DCU bombed, James Gunn's gotta take back all his words.
We'll see. I mean, people like a lot of things that don't make sense, but
don't worry.
As Gunn said, just to tie it all up, canon can be what you want it to be.
So can I just imagine you got beaten up by your wife? In my head canon. And that's true.
What's on the episode? So that was Creature Commandos. A strange start to the DCU. I only did that for like the sake of making a clickable title, but we think it's really bad.
Yeah, don't worry. I don't even know what to say. I was like, oh, everyone's like, oh, so good. I was like, okay, now let me break down the story part. It's like, okay, tell me what's good. It's like, so good. It's like, okay, here's what happened. It's like, oh shit, no one can argue with me.
I don't even understand. Like, I can't even try to entertain the argument. Like,
no, I just entertain the argument all the time.
I just hit it off frame one.
To be honest, at least what if it's funny? Just saying.
Cersei, the Metropolis villain, is going after this princess. She was born in Themyscira, and like she's the sorceress who's like dealing with all this and this and this. It's like, oh, holy shit, what are we talking about? But yeah, you ready? Say goodbye to the people.
Goodbye. This is exhausting to talk about a 7-episode show about nothing.
Yeah, Yeah.
I rather watch paint dry.
Subscribe to Unity Reviews and Analysis. Subscribe to another Reviews Corp podcast. These links are in the description down below. Subscribe to Red Devilos Reviews. We both talk movies and TV shows. I've been really trying to get some videos out as best as I can. It hasn't been super easy in terms of like what's going on in my life, though I don't want to talk too much about that. But I will try, and you know, I just appreciate everybody who has been trying to check up and see what's going on and all that. So yeah, I mean everything's good, and yeah, I will go back to making videos as well, as best as I can. But yeah, so yeah, subscribe to all of our channels. All the links are in the description down below. We will talk about Skeleton Crew next week for
Yeah.
Disney's
Don't worry, I
Star
only
Wars
have one
show.
now. Don't worry, I only have the final episode. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about the thoughts yet, but let's save that for next week. But yeah, we'll see you next time, guys. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.